That's some good music. Good morning. Welcome. We have a little different intro here because Mrs. RA is on the ones and twos, mixing everything up in the courtroom for us from the studio back home. I am live in the campground, enjoying the great breeze. Hopefully you can hear us all. Welcome, welcome. It has been it's a great day. It's a great day. Yeah, she's like, put your hands in the air, wave them around like you just don't care. I don't know who was first in chat today. I have to look. I have no idea.
I saw it last night, but I didn't have any way of selecting it. So whoever you are, good job.
Own up. We know who you. Well, we don't, but pretend we know who you are. All right. Oh man, what a day! What a day! We have so much fun stuff coming up. I think we have a verdict today. I'm counting on it. I'm counting on a campground verdict today. So that's gonna be good. Go ahead and kill the music. Excellent. There's let's see. Is there anything else we have to do this morning? Let's see. We've got I don't know how to cue Mrs. RA on this one.
What?
There's a series of buttons you need to push.
Okay, no, that was during the training time. That time has passed.
You have to scroll over to the two series of buttons that we do once a week. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Remember, we covered this part in the training. Oh man, we are professionals. We're doing great. This story is amazing. Is the volume up for it?
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome. I'm sorry. There's campers here. I can't be. They're laughing at me right now. I know it was pathetic, but they're laughing at me. It's 5 out of 10. My daughter's giving me a thumbs down right now. I can't hear how loud I am. These block out all sounds. So I could have just woken up everybody, or it could have been like very quiet. It was pathetic. It was pathetic. But welcome to Wednesday. We're halfway through the work week. I believe we're at the end of the Karen Reed trial, and so we're gonna bring you that as soon as we can. I'm just getting my Twitter feed pulled up here. Give me just 1 second. I think we've heard some rumors that a juror had some car troubles or something this morning, which is going to cause a little bit of delay. I have not heard if they started deliberating yet. I don't think they have. So I have not started the timer. But if you guys have heard otherwise, let's see. Sue O'Connell from Sue NBC Boston on Twitter says, we'll be starting a little late today because one of the participants has minor car or transportation problems. So we're going to wait until the jurors show up. I think the judge is going to give them that same instruction that she normally does. And then we're going to how to embarrass your daughter at camp. Yes, 100%. Let's see. Did they accidentally break a taillight? Yes. Can't drive. All right. Nurglerot Eric comes in and says, hey, Scott, it was my birthday yesterday. Can you sing me happy birthday from the woods? Or yes, we can do that. Can we add Eric to the birthday list today? It's Eric. I apologize. It's going to be terrible because we've got a little bit of a delay on my end. So I'm going to be like a second behind on singing, but I'm going to give it my everything. I'll give it my all. Happy birthday, Eric. Hope you had a great one yesterday. How many bugs did... Oh, I think I stepped on like 3 frogs on it. I feel bad for it, but it's literally, it's like Moses level plague going on here when it comes to frogs. They are everywhere. And they're like dinky. And they don't jump until you're taking the step. You've committed. And then they're like, and here I come. And they're fast. And you're like, there's nothing I could do. I mean, I would have avoided. If I fall and roll, I would get 20 of them. That I just have to, sacrifice the one. I did sleep well. The other gentleman that's in my cabin, not so much. He did hear me snoring. He was awake at very odd hours of the night. I slept very, very soundly. I didn't hear myself snore at all. Humidity is terrible. Setup here is, I'll show you the campground here if I can log in without breaking everything is the idea. StreamYard. I can transition over to the hammock, right? We've got a hammock here. So let's paste that guy. Our studio. All right. Thank you for adding Eric.
Are the seats working? I see you guys asking for seat, but I don't see the response. Are they working?
If they are not, it gets a little messy, but I can walk you through turning it on.
Do you guys really need seats? How about we just stand together today? Let's do that.
I'm on a park bench. I'm on a park bench. Let me mute this one.
Do you want me to add you to stage? Oh, I just did. Sorry, guys. I tried to be a little creative here and decided what I was going to do, and I'm pretty sure I just messed everything up. Can you hear him? We can stand in the back with the alternate jurors.
Okay, so I've got my goal 0. It can go for another 17 hours. I've got plenty of water, bug spray over there, hammock. That's the kitchen cabin. They're making me breakfast right now. We have our up, and I have my own only fan. Let me change the
breaking
audio
up.
It's so terrible. Okay, let's do this.
You have some serious wildlife sounds going on back there.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, that's basically the setup that I have.
Thank you.
The bugs are everywhere, but I have doused. I swam in DEET this morning, so I should be okay. This fan is doing nothing other than just blowing the bugs across my face. All right. You see the message from Josh there? If you can put that on the screen, Mrs. Ari, or I'll grab it. Either way.
Oh.
Yeah, just one of us has to do it. This next part, though, is you. It looks like we're celebrating Audrey, Eric, and Leslie celebrating their birthdays. So here's how this goes. Mrs. Ari is going to join in, which is going to be great. You're going to get a duet on our end and a choir on your end. What?
I do not do command performances.
If you guys ask nicely, Mrs. Ari may join in. But here's what we're going to do. Everyone, wherever you are, I'll stand up. Well, no, I won't, because I've got
I
this
think
nice
that would create a delay. Like you and I are in a delay to each other, so we would be singing sort of at cross purposes.
Oh, it's going to be terrible. I'm.
Okay.
If you sing with the music, it will sound perfect, and I will be the only one out of tune.
Okay.
But are you ready with the birthday? Don't push it yet. Are you ready? No.
Sorry. I was ready. You said ready. I was like, yes, I am.
All right, here's what we do. Everyone, wherever you are, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room or across the campground, as the case may be. Blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me, if you will. La, 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 la.
I can't hear them.
Happy birthday, Audrey, Eric, and Leslie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy Audrey, Eric, and Leslie. Happy birthday to you. Audrey, Eric, and Leslie. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. Thank you for celebrating your birthday with us. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with. But you're supposed to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you. Make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. There you go. All the campers are rolling. They're laughing, pointing at me, and having a hoot and hollow good time. All right. We're going to let the birthday song play out as we have some dancers doing their thing. Mrs. R, if you can change your camera forward to camera 2, that would be great. There we go. While the birthday song is playing out, I do want to mention a couple other wonderful people. First of all, Kelly H. gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly, at the beginning of each show. A great way to kick it off. Appreciate your long-term support of the program. Mrs. Squirrel gifted a membership as well. Ellie Veldman says, thank you, Mrs. R.A. Wonderful. Ooh la la, Pat, you guys are awesome. Mrs. R.A., you're nailing it. Green-Eyed Cat gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Green-Eyed Cat. And also Green-Eyed Cat comes in with the super chat. Looking forward to the next trial. Have fun at camp, R.A. I definitely will. All right, wonderful. So why are you screaming in the woods?
Okay, secondary help says apparently Jackson did not get sung to. Jackson's
Happy birthday, dear Jackson. Happy birthday, Jackson. Happy birthday, dear Jackson. Happy birthday to you. There we go. It was terrible. I'm sorry, Jackson. Realize we are, Mrs. R.A. has been thrown in on the deep end with zero training for my part. So the fault lies with me.
But our oldest totally owned it today, and he just taught me all the things. So I'm feeling so much more confident today.
Awesome. He's actually awesome. He's wonderful.
Yeah.
She asked him for a training yesterday, and I looked at her and said, I don't know. It's just hard. I didn't know what to do. Where do you begin?
I informed my son today. I said, I need to know what everything is called, what it does, and the important parts that I have to use it for. He was like, okay, I can do that.
Quickly teach me what the 1184 buttons do. Do you have audio follows video on channel 2?
Yes.
Okay, we're good. So we're ready to get court as soon as the jurors arrive this morning, which might be a little bit late because we have one juror who is either playing NASCAR in traffic or hooky or something else. For car reasons, he's late. Or he or she is late. I don't know which it is. The son surpasses the father. Of course. Anyway.
So, in other news, I did not sleep well because Scott was not here, and it was hot, and I just didn't sleep well. So I watched Peter Tragos last night do his little review of everything, and I feel way more informed and way better able to explain what the options are now, depending on what the verdict comes back as. So I'm better prepared in all things, except the one thing that I didn't do. I wanted to go do a little bit more research on acute grieving, and I didn't do that because I thought that would make me sad, and I didn't feel like that was helpful.
I think the acute grieving is interesting because that's the explanation the defense uses for Karen possibly saying, I did it, or did I do it, or did I hit him, or I hit him, did I hit him, or could I have hit him? All those variations are explained through the explanation of acute grieving. Peter is awesome, so Tragos surpasses the RA. They all do. This is why
Purple Coconut is first in chat. I remember that now.
Purple Coconut, congratulations. We are going to punish you for your promptness and sentence you to internet ownership. That's right. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. Realize I'm relying heavily on you. I'm in the middle of the woods, needing the internet all day today. So if you can
Purple Coconut, I'm leaning on you. I need your help.
That'd be good. I think it's breakfast time. So Miss Zari is just going to run with this while I go eat.
Okay, just no.
No?
No. I got to say, though, I talked to my daughter this morning, and she's telling me all the cool things that she did last night. And then she says, I got to do all the eggs. I got to make all the eggs and whatever meal that was. And Scott was like, okay, they need your help making breakfast. She was like, okay, I'm going to go do it. I was like, awesome. I love girls' camp. That's amazing.
So last night, all the girls, they've divided into like teams to do the meals, and one team cooks, the other team cleans up. And I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, hey, this is pretty good because the dinner was great. And so I'm like, where do I put my plate? There you go. And they say, so which team is Scott on? Okay. I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, are you on cleanup or are you cooking?
Did they put you to work?
And so I said, well, I probably should be with my daughter. And she was on cleanup. And so I'm like, well, there's the sink. So I went over the sink, and the oldest girl in the group looks at me and says, do you know how to do this? I say, of course, I've been watching people do this my whole life. So I washed all the dishes. So if we get salmonella or something, it's my fault. Yeah. But it looks easier on YouTube. Dishes, I mean, my back was aching by the end. I'm like, wow, these sinks should be taller. It's hard work. And the water here, of all the complaints we have, hot water is not one of them. It literally comes out at scalding, boiling temperature. It's like bubbling, and it's crazy. And so hot water in the sink, I'm like, that should be warm enough. Ah! Yeah, so a slight burn on these fingers. All right. This just hurt my back too.
I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about, and her native language is sarcasm. So I think she may have just pulled your leg.
This is my cushion today. I'm on a hard.
That is our daughter's towel.
My towel. It's my towel. She brought her own.
Oh, she has the pink one. Okay.
It's wet. I'm sitting on it, but it's my towel. I went swimming today as well. It's not soft at all. I might bring my bike over here and sit on that seat because it's much softer. All right. Okay, we need to do live stream.
Okay, thanks.
As we wait for court to start, just getting the timer set up here. We are currently at 16 hours and 4 minutes of deliberation so far. But here's what we know. Here's where we left it off yesterday. And if I could, maybe I can present something really quickly. Let's go full screen on this one. Let me see if I can present a little video just to show you. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna play a little clip for you just really quickly from yesterday. Now, this is a question that the jury had.
All right. So as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially.
Okay, so yeah, that's all we need here. So I'll fix it here. Just 1 second. I'll fix our screen. There we go. That was the question that we got. The last question from the jury. If, and this is a hypothetical. Get your shower. You're doing great. Yeah. Mrs. Ari, honestly, if there's a problem, I can fix it now at this end. If you need to run and do something.
Good.
I'd prefer.
No, I did shower already. I'm smelling so much better than yesterday.
I'm smelling worse. Just for the record. I smell strongly of Repel Sportsman brand Max Deet.
Nice.
So the judge gets this question. If we find not guilty on 2 charges and can't agree on a 3rd, what happens? That question means the worst that can happen out of this is that Karen gets convicted of a lesser included. I just don't see that they've found agreement on 2 areas, and then because they can't agree on the 3rd, they go back and rethink the first 2. Just looking forward to a live broadcast. I can do that. I just have to ride circles around the Starlink receiver. So Karen Reed comes into court today with a few less questions than she had yesterday. Already, we know that we expect that she's going to be acquitted on second-degree murder, that she's going to be most likely acquitted on the leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death charge, which means the jury has found there's no collision. The only thing left to decide is whether or not she was driving drunk, and what degree of lesser included they decide on that. It could be all the way from from up high down to down low to just a DUI. So a lot less stress on Karen now, but still, she's hoping for a complete vindication here.
So this is what I learned from Peter last night. He said, as long as this gets communicated properly from the jury to, the open court, we definitely found her not guilty on these counts. Then if that happens, then the worst case scenario would be that they would say we're hung on OUI, and the judge would say, well, then you're... I cannot hear court.
Yeah, I'm just hearing some audio in court. So here we go. Looks like we're starting right now. I'll get the timer ready. I heard a sigh from the judge already. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you...
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk.
I got loops, Jim.
Give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I'm good.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning, jurors.
So I have to ask you those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise, please. Here, follow me.
All right, so with that, I've started the timer again. We're starting at 16 hours and 4 seconds. We are, I guess, my question is, did the jury reach a consensus last night and decide to sleep on it? A lot of times we see a jury that wants to wait overnight, see if they feel good about a decision, and then come back and finish. A lot of people don't like making a big decision at the end of the day when they're tired. So sleep on it, see if you feel good about it, and come back. We might have a quick verdict. So I would say...
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right.
So the next planned return of the judge is 4 o'clock, assuming the jury deliberates all day long, which is a possibility. But
I don't think so, though. I don't anticipate it being that long.
No. I was going to go back and listen. What was the final thing the judge said to the jurors regarding that last question? Did she tell them that's not something you're supposed to concern yourself with? Or was she just, I can't answer this?
She said, that's a hypothetical, and so I can't answer it. So if she honestly wrote that down, that it's a hypothetical, then they'll have a path forward. But if she simply said, I can't answer that, then they're going to be logjammed, and they're like, then we don't know what to do.
If she didn't tell them you should not concern yourself with the outcome of the case, as far as the effects, the punishment and things like that, that's different than I can't answer that. Because now they might be speculating, saying, well, we want to make sure that the outcome happens. I think it might have the reverse effect of what she wanted.
Yeah, I did not hear her read the actual words that she sent in, but that's what she said she was going to write, is that it's a hypothetical and I cannot answer that. And Alan Jackson was working hard for at this time, and she wouldn't put that in.
We are seeing that the jurors are dressed like they were yesterday. This is from Sue. Sorry, I'm doing the other comments on top of us.
Oh, sorry.
Dressed like yesterday, although one pair of shorts, not athletic, and a t-shirt. It's going to be a hot day. 95 degrees here. I feel the pain.
It's hot.
Okay, let me just, if I can just complain about camping for just 1 second.
Everybody's correcting me and saying it's theoretical. What did I say? Oh, hypothetical. You're right. She said theoretical.
Yeah, the if part. Where's my food?
Oh my gosh. They're going to throw it at him.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cabins. One of them is restrooms. I don't want to sleep in the restrooms. Okay? But of the other 3 cabins, 3 of them are literal ice boxes. Like they're having to turn the AC down because it's too cold. In ours, at night, when the outside temperature dropped to 75 degrees, it got down to 80 in our cabin. I don't know how we lost once again on that front. What is slow mode set to? I know we've got a couple thousand people here, so is it at a good level?
Oh, please don't let that question be for me. I don't even know how I would go about answering that.
Which one is it?
Amber, I did read a little bit in the middle of the night that I was just sitting there not sleeping, so I read a little bit. But it was an FBI thriller, so I was like, this is not helping me sleep.
This is interesting. I get the feel that the judge seeing where the jury is, and we shouldn't know. Like they shouldn't have said that question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get my daughter to bring me food. I don't think she will. They finished breakfast.
They finished? They really didn't bring you any? Sub Rosa said the first trial was mentioned so often they know that was hung, right? They want to make sure that doesn't happen again, and the judge is confusing them. I don't know if they know it was hung. I think that's a logical conclusion that they can come to.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, slow mode needs to be set to 20 seconds. Oh, it is set to 20 seconds. And I have no idea if Scott thinks that's a good idea or not. That's good information, guys. Thanks. I'm sure that if they do know it was hung, they don't want it to happen again. And I do feel that the judge is confusing them. That I agree. Right? They don't know, but they know. Okay, yeah. They don't know it was hung. They just know it was a mistrial. Could be any number of reasons. And the average Joe probably doesn't even know the difference between a mistrial and hung. So, yeah, I don't know how much they know. He might. Oh, good. That's perfect for slow mode. That's fabulous. And if you're a member, then slow mode doesn't. I'm pretty sure slow mode doesn't affect members. Thank you, Samantha. Yeah, it can be quite daunting when the chat is going so fast that you put in all the effort to be able to verbalize your thoughts and type it in, and then it flies off the screen before anybody can see it. That can be discouraging. So it's nice to have a little bit of a pause so that the conversation can happen and it's not just like you're some sort of robot looking at a crazy flying screen. Yes. I don't know what they're eating. I do know the leaders spoke with me and they said they're going to be pretty simple meals, but I've really mastered the art of simple meals, so I think that their meals are probably going to be more complicated than how my daughters used to. We'll see.
All right.
Leah, hang on. He says, I think slow mode should be 60 seconds after someone gives me a membership. Awesome. Did you get food?
I did. I'm now fighting the ants to see who can finish it first.
Is it a donut? Is it a bagel?
Bagel, cream cheese. I also have this, it's like a blueberry coffee cake thing.
Did they make it? It's a coffee crumble. Oh,
It's
good girls.
It's hot. It's hot right now. So
That's awesome. He has food. Just look at that smile on his face.
Do you want the floating hearts turned off? I can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
from here.
Every time you talk to chat, I'm like, oh, please don't be asking me to
They're
do
off.
stuff. I don't know how to do that.
The as far as technology goes, I could run most of this from here, but for reliability and redundancy, and for a little higher quality video feed, we're bringing the court feed through the studio. So in a pinch, I could run it from here as well, but it just wouldn't be as high quality.
Hey, Scott, can you change the configuration? I'm looking at it actually. Oh, I can change it. Just right here. Oh, that makes us all teeny tiny.
You want us to be on the side, like me over there?
Yeah, they were asking if you could do that because the chat is getting chopped off.
Okay, give me a second. How about that? Right here. Is that good?
Good.
Oh, I'm still too big. I have to
Oh.
resize to be exactly your size here.
It's okay. I mean, in real life, you're bigger than me. It's fine.
Just by a little bit.
Oh, can you see him now? I hope.
Yeah, now you can. The TV folks, the chat, for those who watch on TV, chat goes up on the right-hand side of the screen.
So, Scott, what is the delay that you want on chat?
It depends. We want it to have as little delay as possible, so as many people as can participate as possible. The only problem is when there's a lot of people here, it goes so fast that we can't read it. That's the only reason we slow it down.
Yeah,
So-
Creative B, I got some training this morning, and I was able to verbalize it back to him. That's super important in my personal learning style. I have to be able to put it in words, and he was really good to just sit and listen to me and say, yep, that's what I just said, but it makes more sense if I say it back. Cheryl owning all of the tech. I'm just talking while you're eating.
Okay, so I wish I could move this layout for the text here.
To the right.
I don't want you to
the
move.
right, to the
I know how to
right.
move you around, but I couldn't put you back where you belong in the corner. So don't do that. Breakfast is delicious.
Okay, so this is what I was saying when the judge first came in this morning, that here's my authority, Peter Tragos. He was saying that the real challenge that we may be facing from a poorly worded document, the verdict form, is that if they, I mean, the worst would be if they just say we're hung just like last time and it's hung on all of them. That would be the worst. I don't anticipate that happening because of what we already know about, you know, they've said we've pretty much made the decision. So I think Alan Jackson can push it to get them to verbalize, yes, we've already decided on these ones. And that would take care of those. They would be done. She cannot be tried for those ever again. The problem is the likely hiccup that shouldn't happen but might probably happen is that they are hung up on, say, OUI, which is the fifth possibility under manslaughter with the vehicle. And so if they say, well, we're hung on that one, worst case scenario, the judge or whoever would say, well, then you're hung on number 2. And, or what would happen is the jury would say, we're hung on number 2. And the judge I don't know what she's going to do. Worst case
Yeah, we
scenario,
do.
it would not be clarified that they're actually only hung on the 5th one of number 2. They'd ruled out all the rest of them. And so it would be legally possible to pursue Karen Reed again on vehicular manslaughter. Whereas if they're truly only hung on OUI and they're not even considering vehicular manslaughter, and the form itself is making it impossible for them to say, no, not that one, just this tiny little line item, that's the only one that we're confused about, that would be worst case scenario, I think, at this point.
I was hoping you would talk for at least another 2 bites.
Which is ridiculous, Angelique says. They should have helped them figure out the infamous terrible form. Yeah, Yeah. No paperwork should stand in the way of justice and of being able to clearly communicate your intentions as a jury, that you are fulfilling a huge responsibility. These guys have been here for weeks. They've put their lives on hold. They've had days off that maybe they loved and maybe they didn't love. And it has just been a huge ordeal for them personally. And to say, now we trust you to go back in the jury room and talk this out and find a conclusion, but we just, ooh, that's not the conclusion we wanted you to have. Why don't you just fill out this impossible paperwork? That's just wrong.
The issue I have is I don't understand the reasoning for the judge, other than saying this has stood up to a Supreme Court challenge previously in Massachusetts. I can see that grounds. Why would you be opposed to a verdict form that lets them clearly say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no on every charge? Why?
So this is my authority again is Peter. He said it is the
Thank you, Peter.
Massachusetts. Thank you, Peter. Thanks for making me more informed. That it is the accepted Massachusetts form, and judges don't like to go out of their way to be different. They want the case law, they want the support, they want all the structure that this has been ruled on 3 billion times before, and they're simply getting in line of the train, and they're not the engine, right? They're just one of the trains. And so, that was his idea, is that it's she doesn't want to depart from something that everybody else is doing, basically. Well, I think everybody should depart from it. It's not good.
But when it's clear that it's causing confusion and you're after justice, right? And wouldn't it be the desire of the court to make sure that the jury is able to reach a conclusion and communicate it?
It should be the desire of the court. Yeah.
Nina Nana Linda, member for 28 months, says, love your take and explanations, Mrs. Ari. Thanks for keeping us company. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
Much. Let me just say, Peter's amazing. I've got, he invited me on. I've been on with him once, and he is just an incredible person. Both Mrs. Ari and I have watched him before I even started live streaming. He's one of the reasons why I did start live streaming. And, he's just a genuine guy. I love that he loves North Carolina as well.
It helps.
One of the great legal minds of LawTube with great hair. I'm not jealous. Not me with my bald spot. All right.
Your hair's gorgeous.
Yeah, thank you.
Bugs love it.
Would you be able to pin? Would you be able to pin? Oh, I can pin. Never mind. Sorry.
I don't know how to pin. My training was good but limited.
I'm going to pin Josh's comment just to let everyone know what we're doing. Not going to be court hopping today, so we're just going to talk about the case.
The challenge on that, guys, is me, because court hopping is more technical stuff than I know how to do. So we're working with
and I'm a
new
terrible
age
trainer.
people here. I just don't know how to do it. So Jen P says, my question for a Massachusetts lawyer, by law, are they allowed to have a partial verdict on one charge? The way it's worded, if hung on one part of charge 2, hung on all of charge 2. And I'll let Scott chew. Again, my authority's Peter. I'm not a lawyer. I'm certainly not a Massachusetts lawyer, but sorry, what was the question? It's not legal. It's not that it's required to be hung on the whole thing. It's that the form itself doesn't provide any place to clearly delineate and say, we found not guilty on these aspects of charge 2, but guilty on this one. So it's really not a legal thing that legally they can absolutely say not guilty on those, but guilty for this. It's a form problem that they're not able to express it on the form. And I have to feel like if they just came out and said the words, that would work, right? If they declared, this is what we found, it would work. They couldn't say, but you didn't write it right. But they are very limited. The jury typically, the words that we hear out of the jury's mouth in the courtroom are incredibly limited. And I think it's just, they don't know that they can just come out and say it. And the form is a hurdle because of that. Natalie O says, defense should have used the 5 minutes closing to go over the form. I think it helped yesterday that the judge went over it some.
Sorry, the park ranger is staring at me funny, so I was staring back.
Yes. Peter said that by Massachusetts law, if they hang on OUI, then she can be retried on all of count 2. That is correct. She can be, but it's not because she has to be. It's because the miscommunication there is that it could be read into, oh, you hung on this, therefore it applies to all of 2. Whereas the jury just came out and verbally said, we didn't hang on all of that, we just hung on this one line item, then that would be fine. The law does not require that you hang on number 2. The form pushes it that way.
I think it's a bad form. Can we all just agree on that? How do we get to a petition? John Amara says, do we not think 12 intelligent people can follow the jury instructions? Just asking. Well, I believe they are intelligent. I mean, some of them were taking pages and pages of notes, listening intently. And after, 33 whatever days of trial, the form comes out and they had to ask questions of the judge. Like, we don't understand if we fill this out the way it's asking us to fill it out, it seems to be taking us to a place where we don't feel that we're trying to go.
Right. Poll, is the form good or bad? Purple coconut.
And
Polls
it's
are hard.
unanimous. I can do polls. Let's see.
Oh, sloth like I'm sorry. That's not Scott. That's me. Twice you've ignored me today. 1 super chat and 1 request. I'm feeling invisible. I know I'm thin, but not that thin. Girl, go eat some food. Just kidding. I don't know. I missed your chats.
Okay, I wanted this to be a little bit witty, but because I think I know the outcome. Would you rate the verdict form?
Scott, owning the tech. Yeah. Good job. Oh, that's awesome. Glad to hear that you were able to be with your family, Samantha. That's wonderful.
Samantha, that is so exciting.
We need witty, sir. Be witty. It's early. Do it.
Hang on. I'm doing movie quotes. That's the answers.
Bad form. Naughty
I just
form.
need the last one. Hang on. I just need the last one. Hang on.
Okay. Do we have to be quiet?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh. I ran out of space. Okay, you just have to realize that the last word doesn't fit. So we're going to go ahead and post the poll right now. How would you rate the verdict form? Choose the movie line of your choice to rate it. The options are, I've had better, think you may have another. I think it's actually, think you sir may have another. I'd buy that for $1, or what we have here is failure to communicate. So choose your option accordingly.
Where is it? Do I not see it and everybody else does?
You're not going to see it unless you're in YouTube watching our own stream. So don't do that because it'll get really confusing audio-wise.
Yeah. Let's reduce confusing.
So I'm trying to remember what movies. I've had better. Liar, Liar. Thank you, sir. May I have another? What's that one from?
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, that's a good. I should have done that one. I'd buy that for $1. That's like Robo.
You can't handle the truth.
What we have here is failure to communicate. Good stuff.
Cheryl, to the left is all of your chat, and to the right is Scott, and straight ahead is the camera that makes it look like I'm looking at you, but I can't see anything right there. So I'm sort of trying to pretend that I'm looking there, but actually be watching you guys.
The struggle is real.
I know. It's hard.
I need to move that camera. Let's see.
Oliver Twist.
Sloth Life. thank you very much for the super chat. I'm sorry I missed it. I will find it here a little bit better. Sloth Life, thank you very much. Josh, motion for Mrs. Ari to co-host more often. I'm all for
Ooh,
it.
denied.
Caffeine Queen coming for another thing of bug spray. Should have got the Southern Febreze down here. They're bugs down here. They just aim for your ears because they know how annoying they sound. And they're just like,
Your eyes. They're just, I mean, they like dive bomb your eyeball. You're like, oh, they have no personal space. There's no awareness of my bubble.
I think I ate like 3 of them so far.
That'll
Diane
teach 'em.
gifted a membership. Thank you very much. A Green-Eyed Cat, looking forward to next trial. Have fun at camp. We got that one. Thank you very much. Nurgle Rot. Eric, happy birthday yesterday, my friend. Used to work with Eric. We go way back. Knows my family. Thank you very much, my friend, for your support. Unholy Saint, 25 months OG. 25 months and Mrs. RA in the director's seat.
You
wasn't
can
kidding about
mute
the bug.
yourself? That's amazing. That's amazing.
Hope
I'm
it
impressed.
worked because that was not a
It
pretty
did.
job. Natalie, defense should have used 5-minute closing to go over form. Oh, that would have been really good. You know, hindsight 2020 and all. K-Rab says Peter said that by Massachusetts law, if they hang on OUI, then she can be tried on all of count 2. I wonder what happens if the jury fills out their own form. They're just like, we've got to bet. We're just going to write it ourselves. She's not guilty of anything on this list. What happens then?
I think it'd be funny. Like, I just need a blank piece of paper, just like copy paper. Just hand me a blank piece of paper. I'm going to fix this.
Somebody asked and said, do you read anything into the fact that the jury asked the first 3 questions on 3x5 cards and the last one that came in on a paper? Probably nothing. We just know the first 3 questions came in on the cards. The cards are probably just provided in the jury room to help them with their deliberation.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bug. That was, yeah. It was big.
And there's your protein this morning.
Yeah, like
Oh.
it went right down. There's nothing. I couldn't avoid it.
I don't know how to do it on StreamYard, but we are missing quite a few. I don't know.
I'm trying to get the super chats and the messages right now.
Yeah.
So Peter said that they're still in there. It has to go down, guys. It's not coming up.
Oh my goodness.
There we go. Delicious. Crazy how this could have been avoided had they used the defense suggested form. Marie, yes, thank you for 4 months of support as well. Simple fix, but no, the judge doesn't see that's necessary. Corey Hill says, my brother is getting a letter in the mail for jury duty, and I'm so jealous. I have informed delivery now on my mailbox. And I would be so excited if they're like, you have a jury summons coming. I'm like, yeah. But, no.
Hey, speaking of mailboxes and stuff, did you get the backup battery?
Yeah, I've got it with me.
Oh,
I
okay.
grabbed it when I came back and got the sleeping bag.
Okay, awesome.
My buddy here has taken it out for a few spins. I went for a ride this morning, 2.5 miles. It's nice to get some exercise in the morning. It would have been exercise had I pedaled even once, but I didn't. I just sat there and used the throttle the whole way. It was nice to just have the wind in my hair, the bugs behind me. It was beautiful.
That's
What are we
funny.
assuming? Why are we assuming it's the forms holding up the verdict? Can it just be they are still deliberating?
I think because of the questions that they've asked.
Yeah, they've asked 2 questions that imply they have trouble with the form. The judges even had to bring them in and walk them or explain to them how to do the form. So
It is interesting, though, that they asked that second kind of clarifying question before they received the answer to the first 3 questions. So it's possible, at least, that the judge going through all of the questionnaire, the verdict slip, may have answered that question, right? So when she received that 4th question, she was like, no, that's not theoretical. What is it? Maybe it's theoretical. She said, no, I'm not going to answer that.
Hypothetical.
That's hypothetical. I'm not going to answer that. No, it's theoretical. Anyway, the point is, she said no when she received that question, but it's possible that by answering the previous question, she already addressed their concern, their question on that. So it may actually be just fine. And they're just debating still. I don't know.
Are you back?
Me?
I'm back. Yeah, I just had a little glitch in the matrix.
Oh.
On the chat window on the top left-hand corner, if you're very careful, you can click a drop-down arrow and you can switch to a different screen that will let you just see super chats.
Oh, yeah? Ah, okay.
So if you can, I read all the way down. I think Lone Star Living is the next one. It's just covering you up when I click on it.
Oh, did we get Nurse for God, the 5 gift
No,
memberships?
not yet. Nurse for God, thank you very much for your generosity. Longtime
Yes.
supporter of the channel and many other channels as well. Just generous all around. Nurse for God, thank you.
Yes. Carolyn W says, finally a pink courthouse. I love this channel. It's chat and members, and our fearless leader, RA and Mrs. RA, is so many cool things, but I don't know how to verbalize. That's awesome.
All the emojis.
Yeah.
Carolyn, congratulations. OG, 24 months. That's
So
awesome. Now
there's a
and then
lot.
you switch back to life. We've done the rest up to that.
Okay.
But that'll
You
keep
got-
track of all of them.
Looking forward to the next trial. Have fun at camp. You have all those?
Yeah.
Because I didn't see this one.
I didn't see that either.
I think that maybe you're
She
not
is.
seeing all of them. So I'm going to go
Okay,
through them
so-
on this side. Kelly H sent, oh, but you can see them if I click on them, yeah?
Yes.
So I'll just click on them and you talk.
Kelly H sent a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly. Appreciate that. That's a great start to the day. Miss Squirrel sent a membership as well. Appreciate that. Ellie Veldman says, thank you, Mrs. RA. Thank you, Ellie. Mrs. RA is amazing. The fact that she's willing to do this is awesome. Oolala Pat says, you guys are awesome, Mrs. RA. You're nailing it. And Oolala Pat, 19 months on the jury. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And
That's fine.
it's fine. Hot mic moment. Hot mic. Green and a Cat gifted a membership. Thank you very much. You can click a little faster. I can.
Okay, sorry. I'm also parenting. Hang on.
Green Eyed Cat's looking forward to the next trial. Have fun at camp. I'm having a blast, but the sun is up now, and that will change soon. Diana sent a membership. Thank you very much, Diana. Thank you for your gift. The bugs are in my eye. I can barely read. Caffeine Queen says, for another can of bug spray. Perfect timing. It's as it gets hotter, I start to sweat. You're doing the headphone dance.
I know. It's I'm
Record.
caught. I'm all tied up here.
Motion for Mrs. RA to host more often. Eric, welcome to the gallery. Do you know Eric?
I don't know. Maybe.
She lives by Stephanie. He lives by Stephanie.
Yeah. Maybe.
I think I've showed you his house. Unholy Saint, 25 months in Mrs. RA is in the director's seat. Awesome. She's always been in the director's seat. I mean, really.
This is false. I do
Dean
think
and
we've done
Analinda.
most of these.
I tried to do most of them. I try not to miss them, but I had missed Slot Lives. So
Nurse for God, a pink courthouse. Okay, I think this is the last one.
Cheryl says, I haven't talked much over the last 7 months, but I've been watching and still here. Best channel ever and excited to continue supporting. 24 months, Pink Courthouse. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Ivan on the regular chat, if you switch over to the live chat. So on live chat, you can catch the super chat, any super chat and message as it happens, but you have to be on it. or else
Yeah,
you'll switch to
but
the other one.
if, as you guys are well aware from yesterday, I'm not fabulous at that.
Form confused me until I saw AJ's form, then the original form made sense. Sub Rosa. This is my wife, Jen.
I'm Jen. That's so funny.
I'm Scott. She's Jen. Do we have access to a copy of this verdict form?
Somebody does because I've seen it all over
Amber.
the internet.
Amber sent it to me. The form basically has one not guilty, and then it has all these other guilty forms, guilty options below it. And so it's just confusing.
That's true, but how do you know that, Red? Oh, interesting. Sarah says she saw it on Reddit. It is so bad.
There are a couple forums out there that are pranks, but
That's true. I'm behind all the guys. They're all pretty amazing. Purple Coconut says, camp is too naturey. Can you get some plastic? Figure that thing out.
oh, good. I just got an update from the weather station. Heat index exceeding 100 degrees today and tomorrow.
Oh, our poor daughter. Oh.
No, she has air conditioning. I'm in the other one with no air conditioning.
You're coming home today.
They're going around with little jackets because it's too cold in there. I went and swam in the lake. The lake is I don't know how to say this. It's not muddy water, but the water is tan, like it's brown. Water's brown, but it's transparent brown. So when you dive down like 3 feet, you look up and it's like just a tan sky above you. It's tannic acid in the water. And it feels a little funny on the eyes and nose, but other than that, I think it's good. I signed up this morning if I have court today. I first freaked out, then I realized he meant RA. Yes, I have court today. Sidebar Shannon, thank you.
Tammy Dunlap. Oh, that is a mud pond. That's what we call that.
People for real says, can't swim the lakes in Florida. Too many gators. Gators going to get you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We actually we're right on the just north of the line where gators go. But this particular camp is near the south side of North Carolina. So in theory, a gator could be here. We just haven't seen any. So we swim in the water. Call it good.
Oh, yeah, you're far enough south. Oh. Maybe you shouldn't be swimming in the water.
No one's ever been at this camp.
Oh. I mean, that's good.
I didn't even see any snakes.
Oh, interesting. So kayaking is safe with alligators? Safe-ish? Safer? Less dangerous?
Yeah, I think it's the splashing that's the problem.
Kent, I don't know if you're right. Like, I'm sure you do. I don't think it's wise. Wow.
A bird just pooped between me and my laptop, and I'm a little concerned.
That's too much.
I mean, that's too much. It's too much, but... And it was green, just for...
Oh, okay. Yeah, and they're... Yeah.
That could have been on me or the laptop. I'm just saying it could have been worse.
Oh, that was good news? You were sharing it? Like, good?
Laurie says, you know what bothered me with jury question? They specifically said, would it be a hung jury? A jury wouldn't know that. It would be like last time saying, we can't agree, not knowing hung jury. This jury...
You're saying you don't think they'd know that phrase?
There could be somebody who's been a juror before. And if one of them has been on the jury before, they'll say, this is how it works.
I mean,
so
even before I watched this stuff, I had read, like, who's that lawyer author? It's so fascinating, but I can't think of his name right
John
now.
Grisham.
You all know him. John Grisham, yeah. I've read those books, so I was familiar with the term hung jury even before we followed cases. I don't think it's that abnormal.
Yeah, I agree. It's supposed to be good luck if a bird poops on you. I think it would be good luck for me if a bird pooped on you. It would be bad luck for you. I think that's how it works. They could have seen news reports of other cases.
That's great. Ivan.
Okay, now we got the laptop. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
Oh, you're looking up at it. Maybe don't do that.
I kid you not.
Open your mouth, hun.
No, the bird is going upside down. It'd show you, but it just looks like bird poop. And he got the screen. Sorry, guys.
I'm so glad I'm not camping.
Somebody get me a slingshot.
you're under their house.
No, it's a little bird, and it's climbing around on the tree and eating bugs. And so the green ones are the bug, the poop. Like the green ones are like squished bug as he's chomping down bugs. So I got 3 of those so far, and then we got 1 poop. But the bird, it like hops down on the underside of the branches. It just doesn't care which way's up. It's just crawling all over, eating all the bugs. So. Hey, shoo, be gone.
Shoo.
It is too nature. It's a little tiny bird. I'd say it's between those little, what's the house wren? It's between the size of a house wren and a hummingbird. It's like halfway in
Oh,
between.
that is little.
Nuthatch. That sounds about right. We need a bird poop counter, please. We should create a bingo card for RA camping. I don't want to get all the bingos because I know it's going to be like snake bite and things like that. Called a
Oh yeah.
nuthatch.
Can you close the poll?
Yeah, let me see where the poll is at right now. We have had over 1,000 votes, so it looks like it's a legitimate poll. We've exceeded the margin of error. A couple more coming in. We'll give it just a few more seconds to let you vote. We've got 1,058, 1,060, 1,061, back down to 1,060. How did that happen? Did somebody unvote?
I'm leaving you for a minute.
Okay, love you. It's been good. 25 years of marriage, and then she announced it like that. Just kidding. Okay, we're almost to 1,100. It's 1,100. We're going to end it. The question is, how would you rate this verdict form? We have 4 movie lines as options. There we go. We're ended at 1,100 votes. And it comes in like this. What we have here is failure to communicate with 77%. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Is 10%. I've had better, 9%, and I'd buy that for $1. Came in at 2%. Verdict day, they don't want to come back Monday. I agree. You've got a holiday, right? You've got tomorrow is Juneteenth, so there will be no deliberations. Court will not be in session tomorrow. So they would have to leave, not talk about it all day tomorrow, possibly come back on Friday for one day, then go for the weekend. I think they want to be done. And if they can't, I think they're going to come back and say they're hung. And then, part of me wants to see it, right? Because it puts us exactly the same place we were last time when the defense didn't understand where the jury was. They didn't understand the reasoning, their thought process, what they had gone to. Now we know. We don't just speculate. We know where they are. They've got 2 not guilty, so they're debating on a lesser included. And so with that knowledge and the hindsight that comes from the first trial, the argument that's going to happen in front of the judge will be epic. And I want to see that. I'd be more happy, obviously, it was just, not guilty. I have a hard time holding Karen accountable for drunk driving when the cops were doing the same thing that night and everything else. So, all right. Camilla, thank you very much for updating us with what's happening on Twitter. Let me see if we can see what the latest is from Jess Machado. The jury sounded upbeat, polite, and I even heard some laughing. It's good. Sometimes juries can get a little tense. Honestly, I think the jury's made up their mind, but they're confused by the judge's instructions. We had mixed answers on whether or not it was a Friday court day. I think the answer is yes, it is. So it would be one day off, then back, and then weekend. Oh, I'm hearing Mrs. R.A. I can mute her if she says anything embarrassing, but I sort of want to listen. I could hear you walking away.
Oh.
You were very quiet.
Oh, I told you I was leaving for a minute.
Yeah. After 25 years of marriage, you announce it publicly like that.
It's over. I'm leaving.
Yep. Hanging with Ian says it's court off Thursday and Friday. Just Thursday is what we know so far. Fisher fam, thank you very much for the super chat. Love the outdoorsy picture on your profile as well. Is that a floppy-eared cow? Camilla's doing a great job here hunting down information on Twitter. There are a number of accounts that are doing some minute-by-minute updates as things happen in court and outside the court. So watch for everything Camilla posts. A lot of times she's going to post and say who it's from. Might be from Sue O'Connell, from Machado. Turtle Boy's got some tweets out there as well. All of them are right there at the courthouse, and when they see something, we'll hear it there before we see it on screen.
Did you win the battle with that bird?
I don't know. I just haven't looked up in a while. My hair is probably covered.
I think that's a good defensive strategy, actually.
Do you think the defense has prepped that argument last night? Many, I think they have. I think they've definitely had this conversation amongst themselves, had it play out and discussed. First of all, I think it's going to be AJ who makes the motion. Just lost a water bottle. Well, I'll get it in a minute.
You lost
AJ's
it
going to
how?
make it. The wind. There was a gust of wind out of nowhere. It came up and took it away. It was an empty one.
Oh.
But AJ's going to make the motion. He seems to have the most tact in speaking to the judge. And I don't know. I think she doesn't like Mr. Yannetti, like flat out. She doesn't like it. Like it's personal on that level. And I think she is really frustrated with Mr. Alessi because Mr. Alessi can turn a 2-minute speech into 20-minute speech, and she hates that. Mr. Alessi being brief, it drags on. I think AJ is probably of the team, the one who's probably most able to get what he wants while still being respectful and have the judge feel happy about it. So I think he's going to be one that makes the motion. She doesn't like AJ either. Lindsay Bay. Let's see. She likes Miss Little the best. I like Miss Little. Man, you can't have better support. She's playing a support role for most of this trial. She's done very little direct witness question, right? Maybe one witness, maybe two. So most of her role, though, she plays support and just tracks everything. Anything that happens, I mean, she's like one step ahead. Anytime there's conversation, anytime you're talking, there's a question, she's already going to something in case you need it. And she has the page numbers, she has the references, she has the citations. Just her legal mind just works at a level that most people just would be amazed at. Talk to Josh at Courtroom Confidential about her a little bit because he knows her, and I had raised that said I'm really impressed with Miss Little, and he's like, oh my goodness, I'm glad you said that. She is absolutely incredible. She is, being in the office with her and seeing what she can do, she's going to go far, and she already is. I mean, at her age in this profession, in this type of a role, she's the moon is just first step. I didn't say that right, but she's going to be incredible. And she's cute too, says Scott. There you go. I was just looking at her lawyerly skills. Checking the timer really quickly. Looks like we are just approaching 17 hours. That means we're just about 10 minutes shy of an hour of deliberation today. I think they might be hung. I expect to hear from the jury before lunchtime to indicate that they either have a verdict or they're hung. With so little in the balance now and so much of it decided, for a bird protection cover while remote streaming. Maybe I should stop sitting on the towel and put it over my head. All right. No hung. If there was no time for planting evidence, how did the taillight get to Fairview, according to RA? I asked this yesterday, no answer. Jana, I'm doing a couple things. If we look back at trial number 1, ARCA, in that case, did an experiment where they launched a glass cup, similar to the one that they had from the waterfall, at the taillight, as if you had thrown it. And they were able to replicate the damage, not just the damage on the surface that they got from the 24-mile-per-hour impact, but also the damage to the diffusers, like they got on the actual Karen Reed car. So it's possible that could have happened. For the cup to be found near his body, it would have to bounce back. You would have to hit and come flying back. I don't know how likely that is. I know it's possible, but I don't know how likely it is.
It was more than just near him, though. It was in his hand, wasn't it?
No.
Oh.
It was near his body, in the same general vicinity. So the taillight very much could have been broken by Karen backing up and somebody throwing a cup, John throwing a cup at the car. If they were fighting when he left, I mean, I don't put that, it's not a stretch to say that could have happened. Why am I outside? Let's see. No. That was the wrong one. Didn't mean to click on that one. I'm outside because I'm camping with my daughter. I'll be coming home this evening. Get an umbrella. This is one of the things I should have packed before I came. John says, Recovery Addict, you promised us the jury would come back by 2 yesterday. Well, apparently the jury didn't hear that. The jury didn't hear that. I'm here till 6 p.m.
Oh, yes. When does your replacement get there? Not till 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
At some point, I have to go in and pack up all the stuff in my room, too. If we get a verdict early, I'm going swimming. So perhaps a 10 by 10 pop-up tent would be good. Virginia says, I think they're deliberating. If they're hung, they would have already sent a note. They just found out they could use the clips. You're right, Virginia. The way the questions came in, they sent the first 3. Before they got an answer on the first, they sent the 4th one. And the answer in the first one told them that they could consider the clips as evidence.
That's true.
Does that change everything for you, Virginia? Do you think that they took that and said, okay, now we need to reconsider everything? Let's go back to murder 2?
I mean, that was the whole thing that the judge was saying, that this is theoretical, because until they say we have absolutely decided on these and we've moved on, she doesn't want to proceed as if they have made that decision. So maybe. Or maybe they're just watching them. Maybe they're taking a nap. I don't know.
What lake are you at, if you don't mind sharing? I won't share while my daughter's here, if that's okay.
Thank you.
But afterwards, I'll tell you where we're at.
I don't know if it was huge. I mean, obviously they were asking if the clips were evidence, but I think they had access to the clips before. I don't think that they. I mean, check me on this, Scott. Was her saying yes, you can consider them evidence? Did it suddenly make it be like, oh, then we'll watch those? I mean, they could have watched them anytime.
Well, they asked a question.
They did. They asked a question about it, and what I'm saying is, I think that they were saying, hey, do we consider this as evidence? I don't believe that when the judge answered that question, it suddenly made those clips available to them. I think they were available the whole time.
They've had them. They've had them all. But they just didn't know what to do with them. Like, is this something, are these just ad breaks? Yeah, like the question said.
Yeah.
AWOL. I know we've had this conversation before. To think that in 2025 jurors are not researching the case once they go home is wishful thinking. If we were being honest, I think we all would. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because for me, it would be impossible for me to, in my mind, to separate the information I learned from, research from what I had in court. It's all going to be in my head together. And I would be terrified that I'd blurt out something that's like, no, you should see all the supporters are saying this. Suddenly I'm like in contempt of court and I'm going to go to jail. That's enough for me to just, I wouldn't want to do that. The day that I got released, though, I'm binge watching it. I'm not sleeping for days.
That's interesting.
We both pulled up an Ashley Harris comment. 2 different ones. That was funny. Ashley, that's never happened before. Never had 2 different comments from the same person on screen at the same time. Congratulations. It's a first.
Do you have another bug in your throat?
I think it's the same one. Brianna says, I watched the musical Parade last week. Great music, but incredibly heartbreaking true story about the trial of Leo Frank. 1910s, Georgia. Reopened in 2019. Still open. Look into it. Love you guys. There's a musical about a trial.
That creates really funny images in my head of lawyers dancing to the front.
I got verdict. I got verdict. I can see West Side Story doing a version 2 where they try the guy for shooting the dude.
Oh, yeah. They're saying that the chats are covering my face, which I know they are, but I don't know how to fix that.
I can tell you the only way to fix it is to change where the upstream keyer 1 on the switcher is located. But once she does, I can't switch it back to that position without this computer being connected to the switcher. And it would resize her to be very small, and she wouldn't want that.
Why don't we just move the chats?
Well, I think we'd have to pay more than $90 a month to StreamYard to let us do that.
Oh, that's not possible. It's fine. Oh, that's funny. She knows.
It's a wren? Is that the one that was pooping? If I show you the bird poop, can you tell me if it was a wren?
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, just checking on Twitter to see if we have anything else from any of our sources. That was a bee. Can you guys hear the bee?
Oh, Tracy, this is really interesting. All the random objections and tons of sidebars with no explanation, the number of times that she said disregard that without specifying what to disregard. I'm not surprised they don't know what they can consider. That's true. I did notice that often she'd say disregard that. And I'm sure the jury was like what? Which part are we disregarding? So yeah, it could be confusing.
Okay, I'm not seeing. Yeah, we're just in a holding pattern. Unless we see some of the defense or the prosecution coming back to the courthouse, I won't know anything. Jurors are dressed similar as yesterday. Wrens are predators, little and cute, but mean. That's the one. That's him. Can't show you. There's a tree next to me that has like how the bark sort of like grows over a hole. So there's a little notch in the tree that goes back 4 or 5 inches, and something was doing this sound out of it. I don't know what it is, but it was like a loud, rapid clicking. Keep an eye on that too. The bird volume is fixed. I cannot adjust that. Hey, how's it going? Yeah. Yes, it is. Recovery Addict. Both words are capitalized. Password is recovery space addict.
Recovery and addict are
So yeah, his purpose at camp is not really to be with the girls or do anything, make sure that they're entertained. They have all of their planning done. They have the whole schedule. They're doing their own thing. So he's not messing them up.
It's
by
like
being here.
protection. It's just girls. They've got like, we've got what, 8 girls here and 7 adults leaders.
I know there's almost 1 adult per girl. It's crazy.
Yeah. So it's it's good, but I'm here for the heavy lifting, and if they need anything in the middle of the night and something scary is growling at them, I'm basically a meat shield. If something is wrong,
He's there to provide the Wi-Fi.
the Wi-Fi. So they just came over saying, "Hey, can we get your Starlink password?" So the password for Starlink, by the way, if you're ever in the area, is recovery.
Oh, that's funny. AI protected that.
I tried to give you my password and it clipped.
It clipped it.
I'll put it in chat.
Oh no, one girl was left out. Must be the one who asked RA if he knew how to wash dishes. She doesn't need any protection.
There you go. I put it in chat. Right there. Next time you're in the area and I have my Starlink up, you get your free internet. So.
Whoops, what happened there?
I had I brought my 2-way radios, right? And because it's nighttime and everyone's scared of the dark, I'm like, look, if there's a problem in the middle of the night, you would have to come and talk to me and like wake me up. So instead, I just gave him a radio, gave the leaders a radio and said, look, I'll just keep my end turned on full volume. All you need to do is just turn it on, talk into it, and I'll hear you. 6 o'clock this morning, somebody, I don't know, probably 2-3 miles away, going through on the freeway, talking to somebody, comes across the channel. I just about fell out of bed. Like, whoa! It's the first peep we've heard on the radio.
That means that the girls heard it too. It's probably
No, it was
woke them up.
just in my cabin. Their side, they've got turned off.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the. I can share the screen with you for the counter. Present, share screen. Okay, let me see if I can maneuver this around.
Sorry, I was trying to go back and find the chat. Somebody said I tried 3 times, but I can't see it. Sorry. Josh says, my password is best RA mod of all time. Oh, no, sorry. I read into that. Best RA mod if y'all need mine.
Been there, done that says, I'm convinced we will never get a verdict. Does this work?
Yes, I see the timer.
Is that big enough for y'all?
It makes me a little sleepy.
Here, let me
Very
bring you.
sleepy.
You were feeling very sleepy.
Oh, they lost me because, well, I'm there, but I'm super tiny now. Too big. Maybe switch. Maybe put that one on the side and you big.
Okay. How about that? Does that work? I've got limited options. StreamYard really isn't in the business of making people enjoy the layout.
Brandy's counter's at 1550. Well, they just haven't been working as long on her channel. I am tiny. I don't know how to fix that. Sorry.
Well, I got rid of you completely. Sorry about that. My bad.
Oh. Where'd that go? Heard that the bottom OUI charge carries a minimum of 5 years. Does anyone know? I looked it up. It's 2.5 years, and that's max. So that's for like repeat offenders, and technically it should not apply in this case, but the judge is the one who gets to decide. So, don't know. I look like I'm being attacked by the fan. Yeah.
Got the bird to move, so that was good.
Hmm.
All right. Another post from Sue. I think she's just. Oh no, it's just her Insta. This is day 4 of deliberations. It took 5 days to be hung yesterday.
Oh,
last
I
time.
bet my chats are tiny.
You got to use this other screen. This way, it's not going to be on the screen, so it's going to be like down here. It won't cover you up.
Mm-hmm. Here, can you hide me for a second? Because I'm going to wrestle myself into this chair.
You've got the on or off button with the overlay. Don't hit one of the other ones, just the on or off.
On or off, you mean remove?
Nope. No.
No.
It's on yours. It's on the switcher. You got somewhere between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's just to the right of the 8, but before you get to the multi-viewer buttons.
It's fine.
You're right. I'll remove you. How about this? There we go. Let her jump in the chair in privacy. Because if she falls, it'd be terrible. Oh, with grace. With grace. She did great. You did great. Looked great.
Thanks.
All right. We've got, sorry. In Canton, Lynn says, well, I've been a member for 106 months. My son, I think there's a typo there.
Yeah, 16 maybe. Oh yeah, it
My
is
son
16.
Yeah, my son. I did the math on how long I've been live streaming. I don't think I've had YouTube that long. My son had surgery last week, and I came back to Mrs. Ari in the studio and Ari in the wilderness. I love it.
That's what happens.
Lynn, congratulations on 16 months as well. That is just awesome. What if defense would appeal an OUI verdict? Laura says. Sorry, I'll let you.
No, you're good.
Mrs. Ari is amazing. She actually has her own channel where she talks about homeschooling called Homeschool
Yes, but that
Ground
channel,
Zero.
I edit the videos on that. So every time that I have just spaces where I don't know what to talk about or I say something stupid, I'm like, oh, let's go ahead and delete that. It's way easier than live where I'm like, oh, I said that stupid thing out loud. Awesome.
There's no rewind.
Yeah.
Shugal, late has jury entered the courtroom. We've got our little timer on the right-hand side of the screen. That is the deliberation time overall. We are counting all the time from when the judge says you may begin deliberations to when they come in and the judge says, now, jurors, I have to give you 3 instructions again. So everything between those 2 times are being counted. Our timer is a little bit high because of that, but some are a little bit lower. We've been fairly accurate on that time.
Ashley asks, is there any reason to not appeal? I think the only reason you would not appeal is that the appeals process would take longer than the punishment.
The sentence.
Yeah.
Also, with an appeal, to appeal, you can't just appeal because you don't like the verdict, right? You can say, I disagree, they're wrong, I didn't do it. That's not a valid reason for an appeal. You do need to say that there was a mistake in the process of the court, the procedure, something the judge did, a ruling she made was incorrect, and it had an effect on the outcome of the case. You have to prove both elements. And so if the judge, for instance, said, you guys, you're taking too long, you're always getting late to court, we're going to eliminate your chance to put on a defense, okay? Because you've wasted that time. That is an appealable decision. It's wrong. Okay, you have the right to put on a defense, and if the judge did that, then you would appeal, and it would get picked up right away, and it would be granted. So,
But it's really hard to get an appeal unless it's a situation that's that obvious.
The problem with appeal is 2 problems. First of all, you get 1 shot at appeal. So every problem you've got to put it in one big package, and deliver it to the Court of Appeals. And you also have to deliver it with a transcript, an official transcript. And some of those transcripts are A, very expensive, and B, very time consuming to get, especially if you have a long trial. It could be 6 months down the road before the transcript is even available.
I wonder if AI will speed that up a ton.
I don't know. I think it should. I mean, we're already there. I mean, we've got closed captioning, which is basically transcripts, right? I think it would be better if we switched from a written transcript, which doesn't carry inflection, doesn't carry sarcasm, which there shouldn't be a lot of in court, but there is.
But there is in this one quite a lot.
Yeah. You can't carry that from reading a text transcripts, especially if you didn't watch the original trial. And that's what the appellate judges are doing. They're looking at the transcript, trying to decide what happened. I'd like to see actual video.
I agree. AI would create errors, but I think it would be way faster to scan for errors than it would be to type the whole thing up. Maybe some people type really fast.
Bird pooped on my mouse, like the top of the mouse.
Oh, it's not good.
It's terrible.
Yeah, an audio transcript definitely has the benefit of picking up the inflection and the timing. A lot of times a transcript can become confusing because you don't understand when people talk over each other or when there's some sort of body language that someone is responding to, that you're going to get a much better idea of what's going on there with either an audio or a video transcript. And they have it, right? Like if it's a video transcript, it's like, well, just pull it off of court TV or whatever. I mean, it's there.
Greeners, just for your information, I didn't notice it until it had already dried because it's sitting in front of the fan. So I can't even wipe it off. It's like there.
That's yucky.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, hey, I forgot to ask. Is our daughter doing her secret sister stuff?
I saw her with the envelope, so I think so.
Okay, awesome.
Let's see. Bonnie says, if KR gets a conviction, even if it's a lesser OUI, would she be taken into custody, or how does that work? Depends on the state. If a lot of times you'll see it once there's a verdict, they might say, is there any reason we can't proceed straight to sentencing? And one side might say, yeah, we need to do a Senate, analysis, pre-Senate screening, right? We need to pre-Senate screen this. Usually that's for some of the longer sentences. But they might say we need to do this first. That could push it out to 30, 60, even 90 days down the road. Oftentimes, if they do same-day sentencing for a smaller conviction like this, I don't see why there would be a reason not to proceed straight to sentencing. If it was delayed, like it was like, okay, we'll come back next week. It's the end of the day. We'll come back tomorrow. I don't see a valid reason to say we're going to just book her now because we're expecting she's going to be serving time anyway, because she's already out on bail. She's shown up for court. She's done what she's supposed to. But if they book her immediately, it's just, I think, the judge being vindictive. She'll get probation, not jail, for first offense for the DUI.
She should. But again, it's the judge who decides.
I know we've made this joke 100 times, but what happens when a cop gets a DUI? He gets promoted.
Yeah.
Here's a little attaboy. Here's your gun and badge back. Miss McGuire, I'm sorry. I can actually barely hear them because these block out all sound around me.
Why am I so small? I don't have to be small, but it would mean that the fan would not be there.
Your fan is bigger than mine.
Yep. Size matters? I don't know. Sorry. What do you want me to say? It's not my fan.
I'm timing her out. How do we do that? Soundbite. No soundbite. See, Amber says, I've seen a lot of questions about Todd Mullis' corn rake trial and his post-conviction relief new trial. Judge has not made a ruling yet. I have not been following that, Amber. Once the guilty verdict came in, I literally have not looked at the case again on that one. That was the one where his wife fell on the corn rake twice. I didn't see it. For me, it didn't add up. It seemed like it was guilty, and pretty straightforward. So you're not related. If there's a new trial, I'd be interested in it because I wonder why. I don't know the reason for why they're asking for a new trial. Am I able to see mod chat? I can see it on my phone right now. I shouldn't have just given out my password to everyone. If they're all watching movies, it's going to affect my stream. Okay. Samantha asked a question about the. Oh my! What? Josh? That's a mean snake.
Oh.
He sent me a picture of a snake. There's Samantha asked, am I covering the BK hearing today? I'm not set up to cover it today. In theory, I could on Top Mark from here. But this afternoon, there is a hearing in Brian Koberger. I guess we can do that if this ends soon enough, but I can't do both at the same time. You're camping with AC and the internet. Pretty much. I definitely am. Sherry and Max. Why does that not come up here? Just look up in Connecticut. It allows first OUI to be pardoned and expunged 3 years after all conditions are complete.
So that means it will not be in her record for jobs and stuff. Oh, my really late night is coming home to roost now.
If you need to step away, we can do that.
Do you want me to?
Oh, if you need to, I don't want you to leave. I'd like you to stay here all day.
I see that by the placement there.
Hang on. I need to stop presenting. Stop sharing. Go back to this one.
I don't know that I have that skill set.
There we go. We're back.
Greeners, I also have no idea.
All right. Anyway, so Brian Koberger does have a hearing today, this afternoon. I think it's deciding if they're going to continue it and move this out, if they get a delay or not. Just checking. I think we've got some members who are going to be there. Denise is going to be up there.
I do, Laura, I really, really think it's going to come in today. And not just because of the questions. I told Scott when he left, I said, I think it will come in Tuesday at the earliest, Wednesday most likely, Thursday at the outside. That's
But it's
just
not going to be Thursday because it's a holiday.
Right, it's far outside.
Way. Salted Planters peanuts. As soon as I open these, the ants will just be swarming. So the BK motion to continue is at 12:30 Boise time, which is 2:30 Eastern time. If this is done in time, we'll try to air that on the Top Mark Media channel. I'll do that from here. If not, we'll just get you the update when it happens and tell you what the decision is, if the judge even makes a ruling from the bench.
Your plastic bag is like right next to the microphone.
They're really good.
People have said that Friday they'll be back if they don't have a verdict. Is this correct?
Yes.
I imagine they would be pretty worn out at that point. A little grouchy.
Oh, sorry, I clicked on this one first. Sorry, looks fabulous today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meg, thank you very much for your support.
Did you just thank her for complimenting me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, I should have left that chat over. Sorry.
I would move over to the hammock, but it's in full sun right now, and it's black, so it
Is
shows
that our
poorly.
hammock?
Yes, I'm gonna leave it here, like not like forever, but I'm just gonna ask.
Just
them
for the rest of the week? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know that they'll.
Our daughter
remember
really
to bring
enjoys it.
home. Okay, but just make sure she knows it's her responsibility to bring it home. I know. Sorry, Donna. It's a thing.
Ham sandwich in a hammock.
Or a nap. Sorry.
Sleep works.
I'm putting everybody to sleep. Sorry, guys.
All right. I will say, without getting too far into the politics, not Pickles stuff, glad the world didn't end overnight. Okay, so there's that. Apparently, it was a possibility.
Oh. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, there's World War III at the doorstep. We
Great.
won't get into that. It's all politics. The judge has given him till 4 o'clock. Do we know if the alternate jurors have been at the courthouse, or if they are permitted to go home and just not watch?
Okay. Okay. Everybody calm down. It's okay.
Did I start a firestorm?
No, this trial is. People have big feelings.
All right. Deep breaths, everybody. We're going to be okay.
Everybody take a yawn. I need a pretzel. Is that what you're eating?
Alternate jurors are in a separate room. You have to just sit in the court. They can't talk about the case. They can't deliberate. They just have to sit here day after day after day.
The alternates do? Oh, man. That's terrible. Good job.
Got paralegal course finished today, just in time for summer. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Congratulations. I'm at girls' camp. Mrs. Aria is home. Sorry. I just
So wait a minute. What was that? I bought pickleballs and Old Bay goldfish. Yay! And ugh.
Flake. Those are no.
That's
Oh,
what
you
she
had them
said.
backwards. The pickleballs were yucky. The Old Bay goldfish are good, right?
You personally offended? That's funny, Donna. I mean, not super funny, but it may be an issue.
Amber fixed it.
Oh, thank you, Amber.
Now you have to be a subscriber. Eddie Bears in the Woods. Yes, we're actually right near Black Bear Farm. That's what they call it.
Where they grow them.
Yeah, and release them into the wild, I guess.
One of my favorite pictures of you holding that little baby black bear. It's really cute.
I will find it. I have time.
It's okay. Everybody's okay. We don't have to solve every disagreement. It's okay to just say, we disagree. Let it go. Yeah, Evangeline, me too. I hope it's the decision that I want it to be, but, it's been long. I can only imagine what people more central to the conflict feel about it.
and just was like, ready? I did nothing. I only jumped up. It's been a long time since I did that, so that's probably why I was really scared.
Did you do a good job? Yeah.
I did the
Those mics are really good.
light on my feet.
That's awesome. I love you. Have fun.
Okay. Got a couple pictures to share with you. Just one second.
Yeah, Evangeline, I lost your shot. I don't know where it went. Oh, yeah. Seriously, it will take a long time for this town to recover. Yeah, this kind of stuff it's harder for the area than I realize a lot of times. I don't really consider how big of an impact this has and for how long it has it.
Yeah, I'm going to share a picture of a bear really quickly. Here's me the last time I met a bear. Right there.
Cute.
Who's that cute guy? Oh, that's me.
Where's the mama bear?
Mama bear was in another state when this happened, which is the only way I would have done this. So there's that one.
It's really cute. Did it snuggle with you?
Yeah, and it made this cute little growling noise, like,
Like it was purring kind of thing.
or wanting to eat me, but it couldn't do either.
I can't get his jaws big enough.
Let's see, I've got one more, or two more maybe.
Whoops. Ah. Sorry. It moves so fast. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. It's moving really fast. If she's found not guilty, will they reopen the case to find out who or what happened? I doubt it. I mean, that's their choice, but I doubt it. Is that when you were 12?
We were married, okay?
Yeah,
I was
we
at
had a
least
couple
21.
kids.
Okay. Here's the last time I got eaten by a shark. Hold on just one second. There we go. I made that shark out of Hobby Lobby stuff.
RA, do you think Karen Reed would rather have a hung jury or a single OUI conviction? Curious of your take.
OUI. I have to think that's something that she's willing to accept because her team specifically asked for those lesser included. Now, I think they're probably kicking themselves because had they not asked for them, we'd be not guilty right now. But
I don't think that's true. Actually, I think that by having that on there, it gives a vent to the idea that there needs to be some guilty for something. Sorry, that sentence didn't make a lot of sense. It is common for juries to feel like because we disagree on this, if we can all just kind of compromise and agree on this one thing, then we can press forward. So I think that by having this as an available option, it's actually for momentum rather than. I think she would have been found guilty of something. Better it be this than something bigger.
okay. Those are my three animal pictures I was going to share. It's a Bigfoot, shark, and a bear. He is real. Yes. The Bigfoot was for sale at a thrift shop, but they wanted like $400 for it. And there's no way I'm paying $400 for a Bigfoot, right? especially when it's like stuck in that position, making a silly face. If it was in like more just like a casual walking through a forest position, then I could use it for staging a photo, right, to show that these are really real. You know, it's not a doctored photo. This is really Bigfoot. But him going like that, just like, that's not Bigfoot. No one believed that.
The spinning fan gives me comfort. Thanks for leaving it on. It gives me comfort too that there are too many things to keep track of. If we've got that on in the background, we know we're not missing anything.
Right, we're at 17 and a half hours of deliberation now. The park ranger came by. He drove by really slowly, watching me. Then he parked. He sat in his truck for a while, and he got out and he set up like a horseshoe pit for us across the street. And he drove off.
Really? That's awesome.
And this fan plugged into me. Can't be on the computer anymore.
My children love peanut butter filled pretzels. I do not, because it's not real peanut butter. It's kind of
Oh,
yucky,
it's nasty.
but they like them.
Kathy just shared the updated verdict slip. Maybe we can let me bring this on for you guys. Let's look at the newest version.
That would be awesome.
And Kathy,
Redfoot or red pen. That's gross.
Redfoot. That's funny.
Yeah, it's hot. Selena, I believe the BK hearing today is at noon or maybe 12:30.
12:30, and it's going to be just let's see. It's going to be motion to continue is what they're talking about. So it's probably going to be very brief, no more than half an hour.
That's actually not very interesting.
Well, it could change the schedule. I mean, we're very interested in the outcome, although the actual argument's going to be probably pretty lame. I will say that for the case being as big as it is, I have been amazed at the poorly thought out legal arguments that his defense has presented.
BK?
Yeah, like they try to keep all the evidence out. They've literally filed that every piece, every spec, every witness, every video, every DNA test be excluded from the trial for one reason or another. And they're coming in with like, oh, because it's hearsay. And there's one, the judge like, did you say? I'm sorry, I thought you said hearsay. What was it you said? No. It's just been like, are you just like filling in the blank with an objection and hoping it works? But I don't know. They may have a reason to actually extend here. If they do, we've already had Corey Richins be pushed out till February of next year. This case was, it was supposed to happen earlier. It got pushed to the summer because of the whole college student thing. August 11th is where we're at right now for BK. The judge has said he doesn't want to, have it go any further. But all right, I'm sending the pictures of the verdict form to my computer. Give me just. Oh. It was big, whatever it was. It just fell and then ran down the crack in the table to where my feet were.
What was it?
I don't know. It was big and black and came out of the tree. And it ran before I could see it.
Oh. Yeah.
Nature.
Nature.
All right.
I think the jury got here at 8:45 this morning.
They were a little late, so they didn't start till just after 9.
I think you better move the picnic table, yeah?
It's in shade. I need the shade. That bug just did not go down right.
Mrs. McGuire, this is not true. I am definitely more afraid. Who?
She's
What's the
retired,
LO
too.
case? Who's that? LO?
Hang on a second.
I don't know who LO is. Oh, yuck. It's crawling up your leg now. Josh says that the amended verdict slip is in mod chat.
Oh, I've got it. I'm sharing it right now. Just one second.
Okay.
This is going to be Form 1 right here. So the Form 1 says Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed verdict slip. It's got the case number 2282 CR 117, offense 002, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. This is the one that AJ got added. This is the newest one. 2, guilty of the offense charged. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below. Is this the is this the approved one? This is the one they have right now, or is this the one AJ wanted? Yeah, this is the amended one. Next is part 3, guilty of lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of a
So,
lesser offense,
I
involuntary
think
manslaughter,
the
stop and sign
challenge is right here under number 2. There's no way to say not guilty. Whoa, where'd it go?
Sorry, I took that away. Let me put it back. I was going to add the next page.
I think it would be helpful if for each section you were able to say not guilty of that. And then you're clear. I've answered that question. We can move on.
The next page has guilty of included offense, motor vehicle homicide. Check one or both of the following. The two ways you can reach that conclusion. Lesser included of operating under the influence of liquor.
I see how this is a problem, because say that you decide that it's not guilty for number 4, you just leave it blank. I guess that's what I would do. I'd be like, okay, so just leave it blank. Are we thinking?
I'm checking Twitter.
Oh. Yeah. Sierra Lee Lene says, I think the jury would feel better about being able to write not guilty on the lines they agree are not guilty on. Yeah, that seems pretty, I don't know, it seems obvious to me. I'm like, yeah, you should have the option guilty, not guilty. And then there should be some instruction after that. Well, what happens if we vote guilty or not guilty here? Then what do we do after that? But when the only option is guilty, the assumption that I would come to is just leave it blank. But I don't know. For all I know, the judge is going to be like, now it's not filled out. But, I mean, what other option is there? You'd have to just leave it blank.
I don't know, I think it's a little better this way. At least it tells them what to do and to sign the verdict form when they're done.
Yeah, I do think they've improved it. Yeah, she did tell them to start at the top and work your way down.
Jen just says, my brain is trained to have to put something on a line, even if it's not applicable.
Yeah, you know what, Ginger, you're not the only one. I think that's why this is kind of a problem for a lot of us, that I don't think that it would be a problem if we haven't been trained. Fill it out.
Christine says, I would write not next to guilty. How many ways could we screw up a verdict form?
I just start marking things out. Big X over that one. That one's not it. Next.
The law does have something to do with this. It's not all the judge's fault. Let's see. The issue is, what if they hang on the OUI? There's no way to indicate that they came to a unanimous agreement of not guilty on the other charges.
That's correct, because you didn't fill anything out, right? So I guess technically if you did fill it out, you're like, this one is the one that we say we're guilty on, okay. But there's nowhere to say, but
It's
not guilty.
It's like Massachusetts doesn't treat all the lesser includeds as if they're individual charges. They're all part of one package deal, the higher charge. And so if you're hung on any lesser included, you're rate tried on the entire thing. I'd like to see that, where they can limit it out and say it didn't happen here, it didn't happen here, it didn't happen here. Okay, here's an area where we don't agree. Only make it eligible for that. Because honestly, in the spirit of double jeopardy, I don't know who can say that, she's not, on trial a second time for the same charges that a previous jury felt that she was not guilty of. All right. Back to Twitter. Let's see if we have any updates or questions or insights.
The other Jules says, I just don't understand why the judge agreed to amend by adding a bunch of verbiage, but wouldn't just add a not guilty line. I think there's some psychology to that, because for sure, adding a not guilty line would be the simplest way to solve this, but it's a power play in my mind that it's like, but if I agree to do it your way, then I lost, which is not a healthy way to approach this. The OUI should have its own charge, right? It is its own charge, but it falls under the category of the second one as a lesser included. And so there's no way to say for the, the 4 preceding lesser includeds in charge 2, those are all not guilty. But then on this one, we don't know. We're hung on this one. There's no way this form just doesn't allow for that. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Wrong lever.
Pull the other lever, Kronk.
I don't even have that lever. Brandon says, pattern instructions can be changed by the judge. This is not a typical case that pattern instructions are made for. Connolly should have recognized that and made them clearer. What's wrong with the hung as an option? What's wrong with hung as an option? Well, I can see why they wouldn't put hung on there as an option, because really this is not the goal. We don't want to encourage that. But But you could have a not guilty on each of the ones so that you could say these ones are ruled out going forward.
Sorry, I'm still perusing all of Twitter. I'm reading everything from everybody on every topic.
RA, what are the odds the state pursues a third trial if the jury's hung?
Well, if they do, I'd like to see it with the 1 and 3 off the table.
And if they do, wouldn't it be that the cannoli was probably moved on to another area of judging and she would not likely be the judge? Or would she automatically be the judge because she wasn't the last two?
Well, she's got the case right now, and a mistrial just means that it would, reset to a previous point. It would still be assigned to her.
Oh.
I think if she wanted it, she could keep it.
She clearly wants it. I don't think she enjoys it, though.
Yeah. 17 hours and 48 minutes of deliberations.
Red, did you rename yourself Redfoot? For my slip up?
It's funny. Oh, man. Is today the day? I think it is.
I think
Jury's
so.
still dressed up like they were yesterday. I think a lot of them are hoping that it's today.
It's a camping theme name. Yes, it is.
They're probably just sitting there looking at each other. Can you imagine if dialogue has stopped? They're no longer talking to each other. They're sitting there with their arms folded on opposite sides of the room, just fully entrenched. And the foreman's like, I'm not writing the note until you guys agree. It's just like, and I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I can outwait you.
The foreman's life is in danger. I don't know. I
don't like how the judge chose the foreman. I'm against her choosing. I realize that there are judges that do that all the time. But the judge, to make it more fair, the only thing she should have done, it's a small change, but it's something I've been upset about. To make it more fair, they should have picked the numbers of the people who are deliberating and who are the alternates first. And then from that batch, she can select the foreman.
Yeah. Can you imagine if it went the other way? I was like, okay, you're the foreman. Oh, and you're an alternate. Okay.
So in her, she gets first pick, and then everything else falls afterwards.
Yeah. That's. Yep, we've had a lot of that in our lives.
Juror with no job and sucking down the free $50 per day, not to mention the lunches. Okay. I'm not under a pine tree, but a big pine needle just fell down.
Ricky, you're punny.
Hello, darkness, my old fan. I've come to stare at you again. It's a good song. Let me just say, Sub Rosa, don't hate me for this. The remake was better on that song. You know which one I'm talking about. When I was a juror, we got $13 a day, says Tony.
Raking it in.
If Karen Reed is found guilty, let's see, of OUI, rehab to be ordered by the judge, most likely, and maybe parents. I don't know. Judge Boyd gives everyone parenting classes, so I don't know what the standard is for Judge Cannoni. Bird's back.
That is a loud bird. diva.
Someone did say that whoever's sitting in the juror number 1 seat gets picked as the foreman always.
Be
That
so
makes it a
careful where
little
you
bit better.
sit.
But then if you're just really gung-ho on the jury, you're the first person in every you're guaranteed to be foreman in that case. Reddit says they're having a LAN party in Unetti's office. Playing Halo CE. The bird's right over me now, directly over me. Snipers only. Apparently KR is dominating. Okay, that's... Reddit sometimes has some funny stuff. What this means is that they're playing computer games. They're called first-person shooter games. Snipers only means that you only have rifles with scopes, no handguns or anything else. And Karen Reed dominating means she's totally schooling everybody. Agreed. Love the Disturbed version. I agree, Genjo. They did it better. Disturbed was the correct version. And Miles Kennedy.
The bird has made it personal. Oh, so not wise. Oh.
I can block. I'm keeping
Yeah?
$13 barely covered parking.
Yeah. If the jury were to convict Karen Reed of OUI, that would be the functional equivalent of not guilty on manslaughter. That is correct. And that would be clear. It's only unclear if they hang.
What are your thoughts about raising jury pay? What would that do to the system?
Not much. I mean, you'd have to raise it a lot to do
Say
anything.
we put it to like $100 a day, which is a respectable amount. I mean, it's less than some people earn. It's more than many. It would no longer make it like a financial burden just to attend court that day, because you can't, you're paying more than that for parking.
It's more than many. What's minimum wage right now?
I'm just saying that somebody with a part-time job, it would be a pay raise.
Oh, I just know that minimum wage is way higher now than it was when I was a kid.
I think I was $5.25 when I was a kid or something like that. $6.25. Good morning from Van Isle, Canada. So glad to make a live. Light Queen, thank you very much. Congratulations on the 2-month membership, Mark. Thanks for your support. Yeah.
I think... Go ahead. Sorry.
This is the reason why I brought this up. These jurors are sitting there collecting their, $13 a day paycheck and hearing that a guy painted his arm blue for $500,000. The state paid him. And they're like, hang on. What's wrong with this picture? And it's a pay cut for probably most professionals. It would be a significant pay cut, but it would just be enough. I wouldn't want jury pay to be so high that it's like you win the lottery. It's like, yes, I'm on the BK jury, I'm rich type thing. That's not right. I don't want it.
We're going to deliberate.
Yes. Right. It's like, look, I am making bank here. 3 more months of deliberation, and I'll have my retirement set. I don't think we should ever be to the point where it's a financial incentive to be on the jury. But for us to raise it, $1 every 10 years, I think we're behind a little bit. And I mean, look at the court professionals. Let's say, why don't we pay them the same rate that, I don't know, a court clerk is getting? What would be the problem there? Or a bailiff, pay them what the bailiff earns. Now, granted, the bailiffs oftentimes are, retired and they've got extra incomes and stuff, but $30 a day, so Jules. It would make your jury pool larger for people who can't afford to miss work and are eliminated as a result.
Really? Can you be eliminated because of that? I didn't realize that. There
are people who for financial hardship, are excused for cause.
Man, yeah, I think that's a problem. Those people should be on the jury too.
If you're self-employed and if I go out and I sell ice cream As long as, ring the bell and I push my cart, and if I'm not working, I don't sell any ice cream. I don't make any money. And you paid me $13, doesn't pay for the ice I need to keep the ice cream I currently have cold.
Right.
That's a hardship. You're like, look, I can't commit to be on a jury because I've got rent and everything else. I think if we just raised it to the point where, we're not trying to make people rich, but remove the financial incentive. What I'm asking the question because I wonder what you think the effect would be on the jury pool. Would it would let the lower the plebes in? What do you call it? The peasants? Would the peasants be on the jury then, instead of the landowners? The people who are rich enough to be able to afford to dress nice and play golf all day. Does it change the jury and their ability to deliberate and everything else?
I think it changes the jury for sure. You're changing the pool that you're drawing from.
I don't think it's a financial concern for most places. Now, the town I live in, if they had to do a local trial instead of at the county courthouse, and they had to pay the jury, the town would go bankrupt. We could afford one traffic.
They might really speed up the whole process. And like, this court case has got to go faster because it's costing us so much money. Like, the time that we take to actually have the court case costs money. So zip it along.
But any city over like 50,000 people in it has enough tax base that this is not even a blip on the radar. Jury pay for the year. It's basically 3 or 4 full-time positions, right? Less than we paid the Aperture for the year. All right. Or we could do, we've got, was it Sweden? It has the professional jurors. People that sit on the jury and just hear case after case after case and serve for a period of, 10 elected jurors. They serve for a period of several years. Mrs. RA, you need a blanket. Is it nice and cool in there? Turn the AC down to like 70 and I'll stay freezing. Yeah, Broken Baker is a professional juror. Perfect example. Different country, different rules.
I think one of the rules that they have that I think we should adopt is that they start with the defense. The defense gets to present first. And that's because the reason that we have prosecution to present first is because we say, well, the burden's on the prosecution. And if that were accurate in real life, that everybody says, honestly, this person's not guilty until you've absolutely wrestled me off of my podium that I'm just clinging to and saying this person's not guilty until you just shove me off of here, then okay, prosecution should go first. But I think the reality is not that, and therefore defense should go first so that we get to hear that before we've formed opinions.
It's coming up on 11 o'clock right now. And we just hit 18 hours straight up of deliberation. And this is over multiple days, right? So as far as full days of deliberation, we've only really had one. Is that right? I think it's one. Was it 2 days?
I don't know. When did they start?
Well, they started on Friday. We got a couple hours in, 4 hours in.
Oh yeah, they did. That's right. Let's talk lunch options. It's been long enough. Let's talk food.
They've had Monday and Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Friday doesn't count.
But I think had the judge given clear instructions yesterday, I think it would have been done already. I think the instructions are slowing us down.
2 full days. On the trial number 1, I'm trying to think how many full days of deliberation they had. Thought they had a couple partials as well.
Frankly, I'm shocked that they haven't come back yet and said we're stuck, or we have a decision, or even a question. It just really surprises me with the questions that were yesterday and how early in the case yesterday they came in that we're still here.
Nursey Dog Mom, I don't know where we've heard that from. Because the jury hasn't told us in a note, and the judge said they could if they wanted to. We know that the court takes the break, but I'm not convinced that the jury fully puts it on the back burner and says, "Okay, no talking about the case for the next hour." I think they're like halfway through their ham sandwich, and you're like, you know what? I was just thinking about something. Court is closed tomorrow, Lynn. The holiday. Jury was dressed today the same as they were yesterday, which is more dressed up than
They all slept in their clothes.
during the trial. There's still one person wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I didn't bring many of my big detectors. I've only got a little pinpointer with me as far as camping goes.
What does pink indicate? I think blue's for John, isn't it?
The supporters for Karen Reed are mostly wearing pink.
Mm.
Did I say for Karen? Karen's color is pink.
Yeah.
You're correct. The videos about Karen Reed that were shown, the little clips that were shown, the clips are back with the jury. They do not get the full video. They can't go and watch the entire TV show. They were not admitted.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that. Why didn't the defense say get it all in for, I can't remember what it's called, but there's some rule, the rule of inclusion or something. Why didn't that happen?
Completeness.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was argued a little bit at the beginning, and some of it was at sidebar, so we didn't get to hear the full argument. But the judge had basically said, if you want, you can introduce it. You know, the rest of it when it's your turn. And Mr. Brennan at that point said, actually, no, they won't. They won't be able to unless she testifies, which is true because it would be hearsay for them to admit it. It's an out-of-court statement by their client. The prosecution can admit it because it's a statement against interest by Karen. That's an exception to hearsay. But when defense tries to introduce it, it's a hearsay, and there's no exception. So for her to get the whole clip in, to get the full context, you would have to have her take the stand, which then means she gets to face full cross-examination by Mr. Brennan, which would eat her alive.
It would not be Scott, what does this mean?
Pros CIC, def CIC, pros close, def close.
So
delivery.
prosecution something, defense
case
something.
in chief, defense case in chief, prosecution closed, defense closed, deliberate. That's the procedure for the trial.
Thank you.
Court junkie KDR, seriously, your all relationship goals have been feeling a bit sickly, so I took a COVID test, kind of just for fun, so it feels like a throwback. Came back positive. Yay! You
Is
won.
that the kind you stick in your nose? Because that's not fun.
It's never positive. Thanks for all you're doing for keeping me entertained. Sorry you got the bug. Hopefully you get over it real quick.
That's no fun.
Let's see. Nicole is headed to Coburg in 30 minutes. See you from there. Nicole, we are not going to be live streaming on Top Mark just because I'm in the middle of the forest. So unless a verdict comes in before it starts, this is something I'd love for you to keep me updated on. I know we've got two of you up there in court, so let me know how this continuance motion goes. Obviously, if this changes the date from August 11th for Coburger, we want to know. If it does push, please don't put it on top of Corey Richens. Please, please, please. We need to keep those two separate. But that's our last big case we're really looking forward to this year. We'll have lots of other ones, but do keep me in the loop. Thank you, Nicole.
Well, so besides BK and Corey Richens, what other big cases are coming up?
Those are our two big ones. There's Donna Adelson, the Merkel murder. That's coming up fairly soon. I don't know what the date is on that one. Let's see who else is going. I have to look at Discord to see.
Steven Stearns, do you know him?
I'd have to look at the case. My brain's fuddled.
It's fuddled? Is that a word?
I'm slowly getting roasted in the sun as the humidity cranks up. I feel like I'm being boiled alive in open air. The fan, the air from the fan, I think the wind's blowing against it, so it's not actually reaching me. It blows to right here and then stops. Yeah, I don't think we're watching Stearns here. Oh, the sheriff. It's weird. I could hear myself. The sheriff that shot the judge in the judge's chambers. That was an interesting case, but it took sort of a turn with the sort of like a mental health situation. We thought it was more just spice and just a very spicy backstory, which it still exists, but now it looks more like it's mentally just unstable. So I don't know how it's going to go. I still think that's going to be a spicy court if things get introduced.
Scott, it's probably a little late to be mentioning this, but we do have a hat here. I don't know if it fits you. I got it for the boys. On the China hutch.
Do you want to drive it down here real quick?
I do not.
It's only 2 hours. All right. Vicky Steins. Yeah, that's the sheriff case. Looking forward to finally seeing the evidence in Koberger. I've got to stand up. I cannot feel anything from the waist down. Oh my goodness, this bench is not comfortable.
They've done a really good job keeping that evidence under wraps.
Nicole was just saying in that case, the BK case, she says, I'm in my car. Someone took a picture in the hallway on an unrelated case, and he's already been banned from the courthouse. They're keeping tight wraps on that. Let's see, Madeline Soto murder trial coming up in September. What state is Madeline Soto? Is she in Texas? That murder trial? That's Bayer County, right? Am I thinking the right one? What is going on with the sheriff case? I have not been following it closely since we found out that there was like a
Florida, they're saying.
Insanity. Florida? BKK evidence got dropped on national news. Tomato Cheek says, please help wish our pup Basil a happy 3rd birthday today. Who's a good dog? Who's a good dog? Basil, for your birthday, I bring you bird noises to annoy you. What's up with the Uber driver? Oh, okay. Somebody fill me in on this. I just heard about this. I have not been following closely, but apparently there's an Uber driver who's talking that saw Brian Koberger in the area, that dropped somebody off in the area, and basically he's singing like a canary right now. me see if we can find. Uber driver for BK. Oh, something biting me. Wow. Why? One of those big deer flies through my sock.
Oh man, those hurt a lot. I'm not actually over this. I am exhausted. I don't want to leave and miss it. Maybe if I leave, it'll go. I don't know.
Should I Uber you some drinks?
No, I have a kitchen. Thanks though.
There's a video that was posted years ago that's got a lot of views. Speaking of Uber, this is just a random clip. We always play the air drums for the birthday song. Well, this Uber driver had actual drumsticks and was drumming on his steering wheel, like for the entire drive. He never put his hands on the wheel, and the passenger like filmed the entire thing. Okay, let's see. DoorDash driver minutes before the murder. He says he saw Brian Koberger near the off-campus home in Moscow, and she says she parked right next to him and would testify accordingly. DoorDash did not respond for comment. That's according to Kevin Fixler. Kevin Fixler is with Idaho Statesman. He's an investigative reporter up there. 3-time Idaho Print Reporter of the Year. He was with the newspaper. So that's pretty compelling. This is an eyewitness that puts Brian Koberger at the scene right before the murders were committed. This is huge. This is huge. I mean, that's right up there with the DNA. We'll see if we can get a schedule. I think the defense has pretty much lost a lot of their arguments though so far in the BK case. They haven't got what they wanted.
BK
Is it
is
true?
August? Is that right?
August 11th is what it's currently scheduled for, but today might change that. We know that there was a delivery, right? We know that there was a food delivery late that night. I thought we knew that from a long time ago, but this is the first we've heard that she's talking or saying something. She has some DWIs. Can you drive her Uber with DWIs? You would think that would be like one of the free qualifications that they check. It's like, do you have DUIs? Then you can't do Uber or DoorDash. Uber's hiring everyone. It's more like, do you have a driver's license? Welcome aboard. So I have to send in a driving record, but they do get a couple of,
Heard that be.
It was DoorDash that's delivering food, not driving people. I know it's still a driving thing, though. Whether you're putting people at danger outside the car or inside the car, you would think that driving. The bee is taking up residence here. It's doing laps. There's video showing him circling the house and returning around to go back to it right before the murder. Yeah, the sun is coming over here. I might need to move.
Here comes the sun.
Let's do a power check. We are at 59% on the battery. I could go for another 14.8 hours running both my laptop, my phone, and the fan before I need to charge the battery pack. So we should be good.
But let's not, Jury. Let's not do that.
breeze is picked up. This is good. Sun and the deer flies. I worked at places where the only requirement is that you had a pulse.
Oh dear.
There's a copy of license and proof of auto insurance. I think they're more interested in the year of car you drive than they are how you drive it. Nicole, I can't wait to hear after the hearing. Thank you very much for keeping an eye on BK for us. Enjoy.
Ooh, I can actually chime in on this one because I've been doing it.
I'm sorry.
Favorite funny shows to watch when true crime is too heavy. I don't know if it's true crime, but I've just needed more laughs in my life recently, and so I watched Angela Johnson and another comedian. He's so funny, but I can't think of his name right now. So I watched both of their comedy shows. They're funny. They bring me joy. I feel bad with dead air, but this is what's going on inside of my head right now too.
Reading. That's funny. I think
Jim
I could.
Gaffigan. Mm-hmm.
I could send you something, Jim.
Nate Land, yes, that's who. Yes, that's the one that I can't think of what his last name is, but yes, or I couldn't even think of his first name. That guy, he's very funny.
I'm not sure if
Bargatze.
DoorDash.
Is that right? Yeah, Nate Bargatze. Funny guy.
I'm not sure if DoorDash will let me order when I'm this far from place.
Like, what would you enter? Okay, turn left at the oak.
It's like, you know that big tree? Yeah, it's past that.
If you get to the big pile of dirt, you went too far. Go back.
I need more padding. I might go get my pillow to sit on.
I saw the pillow they sent. I was like, that one's not very big, but okay.
Man, PJ, you can't see me, just sent me the pictures from West Virginia from the flooding that they just had. It looks exactly like Asheville. It looks like the same thing that happened
So
in
crazy.
Eastern Tennessee.
Because at our house, it's like nothing. I mean, we got rained on a little bit, but it was no big deal. But the town, Greenville, it's flooding. It's
Well,
everything
they
around
had
here is
like
flooding.
4 feet of water on the road.
Yeah. It's so bizarre to me that I didn't even notice that it was really raining. It's a big deal. Pretty close to us.
Oh, right on the shin.
Oh, is it a horsefly? What is it?
I don't know. It's gone. I swatted it, but it got me already.
Sorry. Oh, man.
TYO Toys just tweeted yesterday. Never thought my startup would blow up like this during Karen Reed Deliberation downtime. They said, I've started an OnlyFan business now available on Etsy. It's basically a ceiling fan that just says the word only written on it.
That's funny.
It was a funny guy. What was I looking for again? Oh, I was trying to Uber you some food.
Me?
Yeah.
I have a kitchen.
I know, but you don't have a Panda Express.
That is correct. Ari was eating the bugs. Now they're eating him. Circle of life. breaking news. Little man in the corner, famous YouTuber, got attacked and unalived by bugs.
There's nothing in my area, apparently.
Oh, I want Panda Express. Not me. Somebody else said that. Melissa Ann said that.
So good.
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, man. Sorry, I keep trying to click on... This is why people get timed out on accident, because you click where it was and it's somebody else that got clicked on. What is going through the lawyers' minds at this point?
I think both camps. Well, I think defense is staying hopeful for a complete not guilty verdict sweep. I think they're talking positive. I think they're focusing on that, saying that's where we're getting to. There's a holdout. Keep them in there. First of all, we know they've said no. They're with us on no collision. Okay, so they're going to be pushing to say they should deliberate longer. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. That's, if I was defense, I would say that. We've got people on our side. We're winning. Let the fight continue. The other side, I think Mr. Brennan would be very much okay with a hung right now. He knows he's lost
for
two of the
sure.
counts. If he can get hung, then that's a redo.
That's a win for him, 100%. I'm not actually... I'm not hungry. Why? Am I hungry?
Who is the chief of police moderator? Oh, that's Samantha Terry. I don't know. I don't know who this is. I think it's Samantha Terry. It might be
Amber? Sorry, I'm so tired.
It's one of my mods has changed their username. Let me see.
Could be Josh.
It could be Josh. It could also be
Samantha
Sixfold
says
Bucks.
it's not her. Is Nate Bargatze on Netflix? I don't know, but he's on Amazon. It's definitely Josh.
Thank you,
Lori
Josh,
says,
for the gifted members.
I heard one of them say, I can't do this again yesterday. I heard it, but I thought it was Brennan, but someone else said it was AJ. Yeah, I
It was
heard
AJ.
it, but I don't know what they were referring to. It might have been like, I quit. Or it could just be like, I can't write this note right in this moment.
That was a hot mic moment. Well, we saw AJ was writing things down. He had those cards he was copying. He had received the questions from the jury, and he was looking at it saying, I can't do this again. So
because it's
he's
exactly
probably
the same.
looking at it saying, we're right in the same boat. He's like, oh, I cannot believe this. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if he was actually saying, look, my availability doesn't allow me to defend Karen Reed on round 3.
No,
wouldn't
it
blame
was
him if
definitely
it
more
does.
of an emotional, okay, I'm empty. Done right now. Yeah, and I've heard that too. AJ said, I can't do this. He was busy copying the questions at the time. And that might be it, that he was just saying, busy, can't do whatever it is you're asking me to do. I mean, he did say that, but I don't know what it was in reference to.
When I heard it, I heard, I can't do this, and I didn't hear the last word. So I'm not sure if it was right now. Some people say he said again. There was something there, but it sort of cut off. Wow. Okay, apparently I have a subway within 5 miles of me.
Oh, dear. Samantha Terry said, Ozzy Gardner, thank you so much. Your support doesn't go unnoticed, but I'm pretty sure I did not notice his support. I'm sorry. Ozzy?
Let's see.
Her. Sorry.
I think it's her.
I don't know where it is. Sorry. It's really easier to find it over here.
I can't see it. Mine's not showing me everything. Tell you, last night on my salad bar for dinner, Made myself a nice salad, and I chose a bacon Catalina dressing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Uri. I fell in love. It is unbelievable.
Okay.
It is so good.
That's great.
Never-
So to know where I fit on that.
I've never had anything like it before, and I think although it was really good on my salad, I would replace shrimp cocktail sauce with that. That would be like replace the two in life, and they would be perfect. I would dip shrimp in that
Really?
all day long. So if we can keep a look on that, I don't know what it is. I need to look at the label.
Wait a minute. That sort of mumble off at the end. That was, please shop for that and buy it. Is that what that was?
A little bit. It's like, please add this to the list. It is so good.
Marie Pierre says, do you think the more time that passes between the question from yesterday, the more it might end in a hung jury, especially with instructions that the judge gave for the fourth question yesterday?
I've got it. The more time it goes, the more time I think it's going to be a hung jury. But just all in all, I've got to move. The sun is killing me. We're taking the laptop. We're going here.
Gotta take my ball and
Oh,
leave.
that's where I was. That was my desk right down there. Got the hammock over here. I'm going to move to this spot, which is only 5 feet away. Still just as hard a floor to sit on. Need my fan. Oh.
Okay, I think I got everybody. I think I haven't missed anybody. I hope.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Lynn, welcome to the gallery. I'll see if I can do it like Scott. Lynn, welcome to the gallery.
Yes.
Lori says, I also think asking if the videos were evidence might have sent them in a new direction when they found out they were indeed evidence. Yeah, that's possible. It certainly is taking a very long time. Note to self, Josh is a bad liar. Good to know, good to know.
Okay, I have to go refill a water bottle. I have to refill a water bottle and get something else to wipe bird poop off my laptop. So I'll be right
Okay.
back.
That's great. Okay.
TMI.
thanks.
TMI.
Yep.
Let's just see the TM grid here. There you go.
Okay. It's just you and me, chat. The judge refused to add at this time at the end of that fourth question, which, by the way, came in before or at the same time as the other three. We will never know because she did not show us. Yeah, that's true. A good day. Have we had any questions this morning? Nope, not yet this morning. All we've had is that the jury has showed up. I mean, everybody showed up, the lawyers and Karen and family and everybody. And the judge said, good to see you here. It seemed to work really well to just be 10 minutes within 10 minutes of the courthouse and come back at 4 o'clock unless you get called earlier. That's all that has happened. His DoorDash arrived. I'd be so impressed if DoorDash could find him right now. Josh, I literally don't know how you changed your name so quickly. I didn't know they let you do that. Come camping, they said. It would be fun, they said.
I left the computer under a bird. I'm getting a pillow from my cabin straight behind me.
Okay.
Ride the bike over, so I'll be back fast.
You are riding the bike? Okay. Okay. There goes Scott. Man, he's almost camouflaging that. Thank you, Eileen. That is super sweet. I really appreciate that. Let's see. And my mouse froze. Awesome. Let's go see if this other side works. He is. He's getting a pillow for his caboose. It's true. I would like to know why her attorneys would allow her to do any interviews. So, I think it was a calculated risk. I think it was them saying, okay, what are we going to get from this time, from being able to get in front of people and tell them what's going on versus what is it going to cost us? And we've seen the cost that it's, they got all those clips, they got them in, they do not look good for Karen. That is definitely the cost. The benefit, I think, would be more people are aware of the case, more people heard it from her side, more people are going to hear it from news than they would from watching a court like we do. There's just a bigger group of people who are now aware of what's going on there. It is going to sway the base level of information and even opinions in the jury pool. So even if people are like, well, I haven't watched it, they're kind of aware of it. Somebody they know watched it, they heard in passing. It's going to affect all of that. So that would be the benefit. They just kind of did a cost benefit analysis and said we think it's worth it. Also, there is a possibility that she was getting paid for those and that helped pay for her defense, which is also cost benefit.
Okay, we have a pillow. That'll be better. And I brought some cookies.
Nice.
The bird is really loud. I'm sorry, guys.
It's
that is so nice. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, wait, where did that go? So fast. And they originally started filming the ID series during the last trial, and they didn't expect a hung jury. So that's interesting that you're saying, what? Wait a minute. They started filming them before the trial ended? That's surprising. I wonder why they did that.
So they could have it be timely on the release.
Oh. Grace Sanchez says, I feel if they come back unable to fully decide, she's going to make them go back for more deliberation. Grace, I think guaranteed. She will.
Ashley says 10 years ornithologists will study why the birds are singing the verdict music.
We can quit. The birds are going to do it.
My ears again.
Amber. Oh, I don't know if I can catch your thing. The ants say, ooh, he brought us cookies.
Okay, you just stay right there. All right, we have all the treats. We're ready to go. I got cold ice water as well, so I can.
Sweet. How come it's ice? Oh, you have a thermos or something?
We have a commercial ice maker, like one of those huge. I mean, not just like a cheap one. It's got like the ultraviolet sterilizer lights, everything. It's full on. Most restaurants don't have what we have in here. A full on commercial kitchen, gas, flat top grills that can cook for days in here. This is a nice campground.
That's amazing.
And it's cheap. It's $450 a week.
BGOG says, wow, you're really roughing it.
It's tough, but I've got to make sacrifices. It's also only 72 degrees in my cabin now. Now that I've gone, it's cooled off.
Where are the other men? Are they with the girls?
Asleep in the cabin.
They're asleep right now? How late were you guys up?
No, he was up all night. I don't know why. I was snoring.
Because you were snoring? Oh, that poor guy. Oh, that's sad.
You might be watching right now. Big shout out to Aaron.
Oh, is that your partner? Plot twist. Arya was the heat source all along.
There's that. Yeah, those are good. All right. Got the fan.
Ken Mercer says, when did we redefine camping to mean being outside a building during the day?
It's basically a nice Airbnb. Log cabin Airbnb is what we're at. It's only for groups, large groups. I think actually, like, we're supposed to have more people to be able to reserve this than we have. You're supposed to have
really?
like 40 people, and we have like 16. But that's why we all drove in separate vehicles to make it look like there was a big crowd here. Because there's like the entire lake, the docks, the swimming area, the canoes, they're reserved for us. We've got volleyball courts over here. We've got horseshoes, trails.
Where are the girls? They're so quiet. What are they doing?
In one of the air-conditioned cabins, they're making stuff.
Oh.
This just fell. No porta potties. We have full-on bathrooms with instant-on hot water, scalding hot. All the hot water you want for your showers, which let's see, the men, we only have 4 shower stalls. I don't know how many the women have. That's the bathroom's their problem. But yeah, so hot water, showers, sinks, running water, real toilets, plumbing. Life's tough here. Oh, there's a beetle. Watch.
They're fighting off nature. Yeah, that was who said that?
I call it camping because apparently Uber Eats will not deliver here. We're too far away. So basically, we're in the
makes it
wilderness.
camping. Purple coconut. Yeah, that is what happened. I was like, it is too quiet. What's going on?
Court TV is 40 minutes behind me on the timer. I'm showing 18 hours 40 minutes. They're showing 18 hours straight up.
I think the jury's just more dedicated on your stream.
Let's see.
Do they have TVs in the cabins? I don't think they have any electronics there
We have
other than Scott.
plenty of outlets. So all our ACs, because we have our AC plus Aaron brought his own portable AC unit. So we have the
nice.
2 working in tandem. Fluorescent lights in there. It's all good.
Yeah, too quiet, too long. That's what's happening.
Chocolate's melting.
You poor thing. Okay, we got to have a new topic. Roll the dice. Come up with a topic.
Hang on. I'm finishing a cookie.
Josh, when is your birthday? Is it in September? Because that's not... Kit Kat, I had a hard time sleeping because he was gone. Creamy or chunky peanut butter?
Creamy.
Chunky. I like it.
You can use chunky peanut butter to like smear on your tires if you get stuck in the winter. Other than that, there's no good use. Maybe on a rat trap. As look, I'm not against peanuts. Like I literally have. This is good, and I like peanut butter. But you put the two together, I realize they come from the same place. No bueno.
I like chunky, especially when I'm on a diet because it helps to slow the eating down, and it just creates more of an experience with eating. After those jury questions, one would think they were closer to a decision, but considering how they were answered, they might have confused him further. Yeah, it's possible. Extra chunky. I didn't even know that was possible. That's
just
mostly peanuts.
You were going to make peanut butter, and you started, but then you stopped. So I'm done.
You sort of stirred it around a couple times. That's good.
Angie says, you got me hooked on the Old Bay Goldfish. Got it on Amazon reorder.
That's a cool picture. Unsubscribing. That's it. That's what killed it.
Hey, my daughter's back.
Yay.
Hey, how's it going? You doing okay? Do you want a cookie with melted chocolate?
Yeah, Tammy, that was very similar to my experience.
Chocolate will get all over you, so you gotta be careful. You having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Made anything cool?
What?
Mom said I was supposed to ask you if you remember to do your secret sister stuff.
Sorry. I'm supposed to start today. I have got my first secret sister thing that someone gave me. 2 packets of Reese's.
Oh,
One
nice.
is Reese's like in a Skittle shape, and one is just Reese's. A couple people are giving their stuff. I've been asked now twice to give their secret sister thing.
Oh, so doing it. You're doing it for somebody else, so they don't know who it is. Okay. You're trying just to find the right time to do it, so you won't be seen. To be a surprise.
No, it was supposed to start today.
You can just put it on her pillow or something like that.
Just go sneak it to her.
Just sneak it somewhere where she's going to be, like where she knows it's for her. So, and that would be a good time if she's not in there.
She's
trying to sleep.
She's the only one trying to do that.
Oh, it's okay. I know who it is. But, yeah, sounds good. Your daughter sounds like Mrs. R.A. She's growing up fast. It's crazy.
I know.
She's headed to the hammock. All right. Still no verdicts.
She has more downtime than I ever had at girls' camp. It was like packed every minute.
Nobody's outside. I mean, right now there's some walking in the back.
I was like, there are 2 behind you.
Yeah, they're just going on a walk. They've been on a walk earlier as well. But most of them, because it's so hot, they just stay inside the cabins. They've got a cabin that's just reserved for activities. It's like ice cold. You could keep frozen food in there. It's that cold, and they just do crafts and stuff in there. And they've got their 2 cabins. The leaders are in one. The girls are in another. We're in this one way over here that's hot. Then we got another cabin for the food, another cabin for the restrooms. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cabins altogether. 6
Did the girls
cabins.
stay up late?
I don't know. I went to bed.
Oh, good.
I gave him a radio, said, call me if you need me. And I went to bed. So slept like a baby.
Oh, okay.
$450 to rent the place for a week. And you get all the amenities. We're the only people here. So it's really private. The camp host keeps an eye on everything, so you can't just have people just show up and interrupt.
Where did that
They,
go?
they're like,
Somebody...
they locked the gate. We have the code to get in now.
Nice. Jam is different than jelly. I believe jam is when you take the fruit itself and you just crush it and turn it into kind of a sauce, and that's the jam. Jelly is when you get the juice from the fruit and then you solidify that, so you don't have any actual fruit chunks in the jelly.
Why did the strawberry cry?
Why?
Because his mom and dad were in a jam.
Oh, that's bad.
I think I'm blowing the wind into the wind. It's working. Maybe if I go this way, we'll yeah, that's better. Okay. Quick check of the Twitter webs for updates.
Redfoot comes back in. Okay, obviously taking my shower didn't return the verdict. Who's next? Somebody else get in the shower. This got to work for one of us.
I could do it.
Oh, that was bad. Where did that go? Did you know an acorn is actually a tree? In a nutshell, anyway.
Julia Janai, from Court TV, posted this a couple hours ago. Massachusetts law on partial verdicts. If there's more than one charge, jury can, with judge consent, return a verdict on the charges they are unanimous on and can return on to deliberations or a mistrial is declared on undecided charges. So with judge consent is key. But I don't see how the judge could force it into a full mistrial if we have every indication that they have concluded on two. The problem is the rule does not permit the rendering of partial verdicts of charges if the jury is deadlocked on lesser included offenses.
Oh, man. Such a tiny little loophole thing. Who said that? Oh, it's so fast. Gina D says, I'll go. I've been hesitant about going, but if it brings a verdict, I'll take one for the team.
Not reading these out loud, but I'm perusing some of the louder voices on Twitter who have been arguing quite vocally for one side or the other to see what they're saying now that the jury's asked a couple questions that have been insightful.
My guess is they have not changed their positions.
They got a little quieter.
Really? Oh, because they see maybe their side will not win? Purple coconut, I think that is just true. That when you ask a question and you kind of get your hand smacked, it's like, okay, well, that doesn't work. No questions today, so far.
Let's see.
Chat has pretty much died on the other screen, and I don't really know why. Oh, because it can't open its page.
So refresh.
Oh. Okay. No, there's no refresh.
So on on the iMac.
Mm-hmm.
Close that window down. It's going to make the screen look a little funny.
Oh, snap. Okay, reload.
Yeah, but turn the volume on slider 2 all the way down.
Okay.
Now, on the chat window at the top right, there's the 3 little dots. You can click on that, say pop out chat. Wait.
Okay.
Don't do that yet. First, pause the video.
Okay.
So we don't. Okay, now you can go click on the 3 little dots to pop out chat, and then
Okay.
make it full screen.
Yeah,
And then-
sure, you betcha.
Yes, sample user. Thank you. And then turn the volume back up because that's our audio for the cues. Got a weird orientation. Like, click somewhere else on this. There you go. It's fixed.
Does that work?
Yep.
4 girls' mom. Go ahead, Scott.
What I'm having a hard time with is understanding why the prosecution is so hard pressed to get her without having the evidence to go after her. I just can't figure out the premise behind it. I've got to think that the prosecution believes in their case.
I don't.
And if, well,
I
I'd
mean,
like to think
I
this.
don't-
It makes
I don't-
me sleep better
yeah.
at night.
I'd like to think
Um,
it. I think that's a nice thing to think, but I don't. I do not feel it incumbent upon myself to believe that. I can see.
I'll
there
say
could
that
be other
Mr. Brennan-
motivations.
Mr. Brennan did not sound convinced in his closing argument for at least half of it. But
We're gonna be like the cleanest
we're
channel
all ticked.
out there. It's gotta work.
I think there's a bench I can put my feet up on the other side. So, why is it like so far away? It's like 6
So
feet away.
thoughtless. Scott, why are there more chats on this one than there are on the other?
I don't know.
doesn't seem like this
Rihanna
should happen.
gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Rihanna. I missed that one that came through. Thank you for your generosity. Somebody's taking a picture of me.
Okay. So I missed this one. Wait. Maybe not. Grace says, I feel if they come back unable to fully decide, she's going to make them go back for more delivery. Oh, yeah. We did actually talk about that one.
Trying to figure out why he was taking a picture. Like he was full on, was like zooming in, aimed it at me as he's driving by. I don't know who that was.
Well, you are kind of an anomaly.
Let's see.
I'm on live chat, so it should
Yes,
be
go,
there.
go to live. Make sure
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not,
not
on top.
top chat.
Let me go park the bike. Instead of being under the tree, I don't want it to be pooped onto. Be right back. I hear you. So, did I smile? I sort of grimaced at him.
I can't really talk because of the weird echo. But Scott's getting on his bike and leaving. Okay. All right, so. Okay, odds on him hitting one of those trees.
It's got a lot of power. Let's say Aaron just goes, wants to take off.
And that's how Recovery Addict left his show. Okay, what do you guys want to talk about? Birds are more quiet too. Yeah, they were just there harassing him. Are all the girls at the camp the same age? They are not. There's an age range of maybe 6 to 8 years. Flower Cottage. Bye. Yep, OnlyFan all day long. Best exit ever.
Ow! I leaned too close to the fan. Did you hear that?
That was it hitting you?
Yeah. I've taken the
That's
guard.
awesome.
Improves the speed of the air, but
It also hurt. Yeah,
Got
let's talk about Jane
shoulder.
Austen. Scott's gone. Let's talk about Jane Austen.
Yes.
Jane
Yeah.
Austen.
Let's make
I'll
this a
read
whole
all of
Pride and
that.
Prejudice channel.
What is my favorite case so far? Don't hate me, but kind of this one. The surprises that come out of this one, the amazing lawyering, the back and forth, the again, just the shocking stuff that's like, I think I know everything there is to know about this case, and then something else happens. It's like watching a movie. So in that way, it has been this one. It's been pretty awesome. Fun fact, I performed with my choir and Alex Warren at the AMAs a few weeks ago. I also finished building my Lord of the Rings Lego eye tower. Barad-dûr. Who's Jane Austen? Josh, you're fired. Hi, I jumped on to say hi to Scott, and I was kind of surprised to see you in the chair. That's awesome. Good for you. I'm actually just I'm the face that's sort of making the internet work over here. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, Scott, are you talking?
Nope. Should I?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Looking
Yes.
at Twitter. Apparently, there's another manhunt going on. I'm just looking at the details on this one. This is Chelan County. What state is that? It's Washington. State of Washington. They're looking at processing the crime scene and managing some units from the air.
Where is this?
This is in the state of Washington. Let me read this. This is an update. Came out yesterday, I think, the 16th. This was yesterday from Chelan County, Washington, from the sheriff. Investigators continue to process crime scene evidence while search teams remain engaged on the ground and from the air. Sheriff's detectives continue their in-depth investigation by continuing to gather information from both news sources and reviewing lab results from evidence gathered on the scene. You've got the Sheriff's Office, the Washington Army National Guard, and the U.S. Marshal Service conducting a collaborative search efforts to locate Mr. Decker. This is Travis Decker. As of today, we and our law enforcement partners continue a concerted effort into the triple homicide investigation and search for the suspect, Travis Decker. Personnel are deployed throughout the region and backcountry areas of Chelan and Kittitas counties, following up on leads and search for signs of Mr. Decker. While search operations continue around the clock, detectives are further developing the criminal case, conducting follow-up interviews, processing evidence, and reviewing data analysis from evidentiary items sent to the crime lab for processing. Oh, dang fly. They've got numerous resources on the ground and the air from multiple agencies. The Air National Guard is helping. They're flying search patterns. It's a remote area, so it needs a lot of help. U.S. Marshal Service is helping as well. They're doing investigations, interviews, assessments, and deploying specialized personnel. They're also the lead role in the search. Let's see. Our office was notified of a TikTok video that was released which portrays Sheriff Morrison and claims Mr. Decker has been taken into custody after a long standoff. To be clear, Mr. Decker is not in custody, and CCSO had no part in making the video. It's a fake. Somebody faked it. That's dangerous. They might get in trouble. Taking a whole bunch more calls. People are calling in. And there's currently a reward of up to $20,000 leading for information that directly leads to Travis Decker's arrest. Hey, somebody's calling, Jen.
I know, but I don't know where the phone is.
You might have to mute your mic so we don't hear the voicemail.
Someone answered it.
Okay. So Travis Decker, is he the one that killed his 3 kids?
Oh.
Is that the one we're talking about?
Mm.
That's the one. Yeah. That's
He's a survivalist. Going to be hard to find him.
yeah. Out here, out west, in that area.
Like, is he better than Scott?
Yeah, I've got all the skills. I mean honestly.
Oh, that's so sad.
Let's see.
Now I'm hungry. Scott, can you, if it goes live, can you do whatever you have to do?
I can. What you want to do is turn your camera off on your feed, mute your mic, but not on StreamYard. Does that make sense?
I know how to mute my mic. Go over the turning of the camera.
There's a little red button that's lit up that says on right now. And the button next to it to the right says off. You push off and you disappear. There you go. Just like that. All right. And she's gone. Now it's just us. So what questions do you have about Mrs. R.A. that I can answer for you? It's getting a little bit warm. I'm going to put this right here. Right there. Okay. How does Mrs. R.A. do it? Honestly, I don't know. I just found that she's amazing at it, and said, okay, she's the one for sure. You have to go home sometime. She's a much prettier face. Yes, I'm going to move myself down to the corner while she's gone. There we go. How'd you get lucky enough to marry and have a family with such a charming, intelligent, hardworking, beautiful woman? I married up, Reverend Beasy. I will tell you that I was extremely relieved when she agreed to marry me and finally said yes. That was up until that moment. I'm like, she might back out of this at any moment, knowing that she's getting the bad end of the deal. Where did you two meet and how did you woo her? We were, I had just eaten a cookie. I'd filled my mouth full of cookie and she tapped me on the shoulder. It was just a little luncheon type thing. Taps me on the shoulder and actually I'm going to move back up because I'm covering up myself with the chat. And she introduces herself and I'm like completely, and so I got her name and number out of that and then called her with some lame excuse and invited her on a date. On that date, I was 3 hours late. I nearly stood her up. She thought I did stand her up. I had a valid excuse, involved the police, because I had found a gun and was turning it in, and it took forever. But Mrs. R.A. deliberated for 16 hours before agreeing to marry R.A. It was a confusing form. Greeners, stab, twist. That is brutal. Macy Combs says, for Mrs. R.A., the real MVP. She's amazing. She really is. Does she teach the kids all year long, or do they get a break? All year. We do year round, but we do have breaks. So, I mean, we'll take breaks and we do a lot of field trip. Like, I guess you'd call it a mini vacation. We've never been really big on vacations other than last year we did go for a month and a half. And it's the first time we've ever done that. We basically rented an Airbnb in another state and lived there. So that was basically a vacation. Did you have to bribe her to marry you? No, the drugs were enough, Amy. We befuddled her brain and she agreed. Did we run more red lights? I have not. No, I was not a thug. I was charming. I was late from one date, 3 hours late. And then, of course, guess what we did for that date? We went hiking up in the mountains and went fishing. So, it was also the closing day of deer hunt. I had not gotten to deer. Never have when I've gone deer hunting. So I left the deer hunt early, found the gun on the way back, turned the gun into the cops, took forever, was late getting to the apartment, went right back into the mountains with Mrs. R.A. to go fishing in a little tiny stream, like a mile. It's like a 1.5 mile hike in this little stream we're fishing. And everywhere I look, there's just deer, like herds of deer everywhere. And of course, at this point, I have no gun and can't do anything about it. They were mocking me. Yes, 3 hours. I remember like 2.5. She remembers 3, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to give all the details about our relationship just because we like to keep some things private. But we have a fun proposal story. And if she agrees to share it, I'll share it with you. But still cold in there? Oh, it's getting hot. It's full on heat wave. Taking a date into the woods is the start of a crime story. It just clicked at me. I don't know what it was. The sun has moved. Hiking and fishing, no second date. I took her ice fishing. I learned quickly that was a mistake. She's not a good ice fisherman. How does Mrs. R.A. put up with your shenanigans, do homeschooling, parenting, all of you, and still stay amazing? Excessive patience. She is amazing. Let's see. Question is it really safe to leave slow cooker on when gone for a couple hours and no one is home? I do it, but I also, like in my head, I think in case something goes wrong, I want it in the middle of the granite countertop. So if there is a fire, it will just burn right there and stay self-contained. I'm pretty sure in practice, that's not how it would end up. I'm sorry. The bird is dropping things now, like nuts or rocks or something. These trees also have giant pine cones. There's one over on the ground. It's huge. They're huge pine cones. At this point, do you know all the girls' camp songs? Could you sing us a little ditty? No, but I thought about bringing my guitar, and it was one of the things I just didn't grab because I did not have time to get ready. I think Mrs. Ari is taking a nap. I want to hear you pronounce prothonotary warbler. Prothonotary warbler. That's the final answer. Mrs. KKD and I have spent more time in hospitals than would have chosen if not necessary. That's my excuse. KKD, welcome. Does she do something? Oh, you still here? Does she do something that just drives you to insanity? I'm a pretty laid back guy when it comes to organization. I'm not going to say cleanliness. I would say like extreme organization. And Mrs. R.A. does not like coming back from anything. From a trip to the grocery store, from a trip to a museum, from a trip, around the world, wherever it would be. She does not like coming back to finding things be out of place and messy. So I hate being late. She hates it being dirty when we come back. And that's where the two overlap, where it's like, okay, we need to go. And she's like, not before it's clean. So she wins every time on that front. Do I think the judge is corrupt after yesterday? I wouldn't use the term corrupt. I disagree strongly with some of her opinions. I'm worried that this is just getting too hot in the sun here. Might have to throw you guys under the blanket. There we go. Fan. I'll just be under here. No. I think I can spread this out on the keyboard and use the mouse. Yeah, that'll keep the keyboard cool. This will work. This will work. Fixed it. Where's my mouse? All right. I don't think she's corrupt. I don't think she's part of some grand conspiracy. I think she wants to see a conviction, though. I need to move away from the prothonotary warbler's nest. Maybe if I scare it with clapping noises, it will fly away. Oh, I can see it. Taking a picture. Hang on. Stop. I can see it. Flew. It looks more like a Western tanager. Kid you not, it was yellow. Is that what they're supposed to be? Warbler? Had a lot of yellow on it. You think I didn't know my birds that are calling out a Western tanager? Of course, I'm on the East Coast. So. Yes, warblers are yellow. Okay, you guys know your bird sounds. It's definitely bird for get off my lawn. I don't see a nest around here. Branches are way up there. We're hoping to have an uninterrupted stream today. Figure out how to keep the keyboard cool, but let the charger air out. Right. Did you like Google the sound? Did some of you Google the bird sound, or did you just know that? Hey, it's going great. It's going great. I think they're making lunch right now, so that's even better. Food is good. Daughters can be at camp all week. I do hope today's interrupted at the verdict. New station alert has arrived. High heat and humidity today. Showers and storms late Thursday. Let's check the deliberation clock. 19 hours and 15 minutes. 16 minutes now. Just rolled over. Use the Merlin app to identify the warbler. It's impressive. I might have to get that. Tower Hill Girl, member for 27 months. Thank you. As I Google Merlin app on my phone. Merlin Bird ID.
Dad.
Hey, daughter. How you doing?
Mm.
Hang on. They can hear you. What? Okay. Tower Hill Girl, 27 months. Thank you very much for your continued support. Somebody's sneaking up on me with the camera. Little do they know I'm already on camera. OG, by the way, Tower Hill Girl. You're an OG. Ivan says, I just don't see a motive for corruption or a motive for this crime. I downloaded the Merlin app. At least it's downloading. I think it has the. No, it's got one of those yellow birds on the. I think that's what was in the tree. I think that was it. Or is that a yellow throat? I don't know. Let's see. I was watching Andy Griffith's show last night, and Andy Taylor said "Shank of the evening." You could have knocked me over with a feather. I've never heard that phrase. Shank of the evening. Is that what? Didn't we hear that in court this trial around? Morton says, I don't understand. If the jury has to convict beyond all reasonable doubt, how don't they vote not guilty? There's tons of reasonable doubts in this case. Impartial viewer from Norway. Morton, the thing is, they're each allowed to look at the evidence and give it the weight that they feel it deserves. And some people might have looked at some evidence and given it more weight than others. So if you were to say, watch Mr. Buchanan and watch his testimony during the trial, some people would give him very little weight or very little support. And others might give him a lot. And that would definitely change your opinion on the case as a whole. The cookies are becoming just one in the sun. What's your favorite colors? I don't know. Hanging with Yins. I don't really have a favorite color. I do like greens. I like wearing greens like this. But usually they cause problems with my green screen behind me. I'll be listening into a hearing for a case that can affect my job. Pickles, pickles, pickles. I'm hoping for the verdict for this case doesn't come in during the hearing. On the edge of my seat today. I'm sorry, Squidward. Hope you get good news on the one that matters for you. Shank of the evening refers to the later part in the afternoon or the early part of the evening. It's an idiom that suggests that evening is just beginning or has reached a significant point. I thought it was like, don't you like shank somebody in prison? Is that like when you stab them, or is that shiv? I think shiv. Do you shank someone with a shiv? I don't know. Green is a great color for the floating head. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a favorite color, and I don't think Mrs. R.A. does either. It's probably because we don't have like that one team that we live and die by. We're the true diehard fans. We haven't adopted a team that way. Shank is also a cut of meat. So maybe you're talking about the all-you-can-eat meat meat counter, shank of the evening. Am I wrong there? I thought Shiv and Shank had to do with each other. Let's see. If the court is going to lunch, we may take a little break for lunch as well, knowing that there won't be a verdict during that time. That'll allow me to get a bite to eat, cool down the laptop a bit, maybe find a shadier spot to set up. If we don't have a verdict today and now we're not having court tomorrow, are we having court on Friday? Yes. If there's no verdict, we'll be back on Friday with this. Any questions today, says Chad Allen? No questions yet. Let's see. All right. Nothing new. We've got that new verdict slip that we've gone over already. We're approaching 19 and a half hours of deliberation time. Okay, this is important. Don says, I believe that shank, the action, is the action for Shiv. Like, I got shanked means I got stabbed, and Shiv is the knife, right? That's basically how I interpret that. Yeah. Future, I think we're speaking the same language here. Ivan's confirmed it, so we're right. Oh, the wind just picked up. That is beautiful. We have some clouds. Heavenly, I tell you. First jury deliberated for 5 days. So another way you can have another window showing the outside court live when you come back from lunch. Not the way I'm set up right now. If you had a role in the courtroom, what role would you want? I'd like to be the tech guy that has all the audio feeds. I want to hear sidebars. I want to hear the judge's chamber. I want to hear everything. I want to be able to listen in on jury. I just want to be the guy that plants the bugs. I want to be the defendant, says Mrs. Ray. I think they call that the court reporter. Yeah, but I don't want to have any duties that way. I don't want to be like, you're responsible for making sure this happens correctly. Like, I'm not that guy. That's not me. Laptop is getting hot. I want to be the bailiff. Girls are putting the garbage away, doing a garbage run. The pool feed is fun. I really enjoy that, but you're often kept at arm's length from the court. Ivan, I think this just needs to be framed and hung on the wall. Time for a nap before I eat bacon. It can be used in so many situations. Heather Lay says, I want to be a court reporter. Seriously considering taking classes soon. It's really cool. The only problem is some trials are just like, I would never watch this. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Thank you, Brenda. The new verdict slip, I think we've got an amended verdict slip for the second charge. That's the one we went over this morning. I think after this not guilty verdict, Karen Meader might sit for the bar. It's funny. Trying to stay hydrated. It's not working very well. This fan is just not doing anything. I've taken the front off the fan. Taken the front off the fan so that the blades don't have anything in the way of the air that's coming towards me. But it makes it go. It's safe because it's not going to cut you. There's just not enough juice to make it work. These beds we're sleeping in, by the way, are little plastic mats, like half bunk beds. So I'm just tall enough that I can't really stretch out. I have to sort of stick my feet through the bottom of the bed and have them hang off the bed. They were designed for people who are 5'10" and I'm 6'2". Why not sit in the shade? Let me show you the. Hang on, just one second. Let me show you the sun. Okay, I've got sparse trees overhead. It's not no dense foliage. That table over there looks cooler. We could move again. I can move one more time. We can do this. Okay, now we're squarely under a pine tree here. Do you want like the cabin view? Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get my power. Just for the record, there's like bird poop all over this entire area. And I'm pretty sure that's an anthill that I'm like standing on right now. So it's much of an up. At least we're in the shade. Who was it that said they want to say hear ye? Karen. Karen wants to be the hear ye person in court. Get this fan set up. Right. Back with the earbuds so I can hear. Genjo says, you know, if we had a Sprinter van, this wouldn't be an issue. Just saying, Jen. I know. I've been saying that. Oh, I forgot. I unplugged my earbuds. What did I do?
Would you like on the pizza?
Yeah. Oh, were you making me a pizza? What are the options?
There's mushrooms, cheese.
Pepperoni sounds good. Pepperoni, cheese. So you get the pizza dough, the sauce, pepperoni, cheese. Sounds delicious. Okay. I'm getting a personal pizza made for myself. I am taking a break. I'm out of the sun now. I've moved. I think I've got a good half hour before the sun catches me. Are you wearing sunscreen? I'm not. No. My idea was I was going to stay in the shade all day. Ouch. Ow. What the heck? You're so mean. Kind of jealous y'all have cabins. When I was that age, we were intense. Hey, when I was going to scout camp as a kid, first of all, we'd go up to the Wind River Mountains in Wyoming, which are about as rugged and backcountry, I mean, as you can get. It is serious, rough country. And we'd go up there. We'd always have to chase a moose out of camp. We'd see mountain lions. There were bears. You know, that was like bears lived there. The river, the camp next to a river. Something fell from the tree. When you camp next to the river, who did that? Is Mrs. RA here? When you camp next to the river, if you fall in, you're dead. It's just there's no rescuing you. It's white water. It's turbulent. You will be underwater for the next 3 miles, and it would be spit into the coldest, deepest lake in the whole state. It was just pretty rugged. And Mrs. RA is gone now. She took with her the stream, so we're going to fix it by running it from my end. And then I'll call her and get it fixed. Just 1 second. Give me just 1 second to get this fixed. I don't know where she went.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
she's
hit
back.
the forbidden button.
Oh, that's good.
Then our oldest
Welcome.
told me how to fix it. Sorry.
What
The
button did you
forbidden
push?
button is on the side that's easiest to bump.
The fade to black?
The side button on the mouse that's
Oh,
like here, this
yeah,
will
the
restart
mouse button.
everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit that one.
Okay, I was wondering. I was about to run it all myself on this side, which I'm not very good at. So, welcome back. How's your nap?
Me? I did not have a nap. I went and got some food though.
Okay, good.
I actually feel a lot
We've
better, so
got
it turns
red-
out I was hungry.
Redfoot says it's I before E except after C or when sounding as E is in Heather Lay. What?
Heather Lee.
Heather Lee? You literally have so many exceptions. You have more exceptions than rules in there, Red Pen. Do you want to come on, or you want to turn your camera on, or are you good?
I don't remember how to do that.
At the little on button, just like the off button. But
Yes, but they're all off. Which one am I? Am I number 1?
nope. Well, it is number 1, but it's going to be the little button. There are like 6 of them, and it's the top 2. One says off, the other says on. So you want to just click the on button. It's going to be in between the 8, the big 8, and all the super source.
Please help. Yes. What do you need? Get my face back on screen.
Next to this off button, upstream here, press on.
There you go. You're back.
That's it. There are 30 different buttons on this thing that say on, just so you know.
Total of 211 buttons on that machine.
Most of which say on.
We sold our Sprinter for $120,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. My wonderful daughter is making me a pizza. She came to ask what I wanted on it.
She's such a good kid.
Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
Yeah.
I might catch Little Sun. I think we're actually at 10 for the index, UV index right now.
10 out of what?
Like 10 out of 10. Like if it's somewhere between like everything's fine at 0 and zombie apocalypse at a 10, 10 is the top.
It's a 10. Great.
I have to keep knocking the ants off my leg because there's an anthill next to my left foot. These ants are not mean. They're not fire ants. No, they crawl on you, but they don't bite.
Yeah. You should move.
Yeah, I'm in the shade. I just moved here.
Oh, okay.
No, something, I think it was a pine cone fell out of the tree. Okay, when I say pine cone fell out of the tree, give me a second. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay.
Holy cow.
It's literally the size of my head.
It would knock you out if it landed on you.
Yeah.
Are they decorating those?
No.
I mean, they're big enough you could.
You just leave it there.
I heard that hit the ground. Thump.
Yeah, they're heavy. They weigh like 1.5 pounds. Oops, I just kicked the ant pile. Now they're mad.
Nice. Yes. Yes.
What is a Sprinter? Says Wogger. I can Google, but I'd like someone to explain. A Sprinter van is Sprinter's a van produced by Mercedes, which is, think of like a passenger van, sort of blocky, often used for like a camping, touring, travel, work van.
It's a kidnapper van.
It's a modern version of a kidnapper van.
Yeah.
Some of them have varying amounts of windows, and some on the high end can just be loaded with everything you need for luxury on the road. I prefer the kind that's loaded with equipment for audio video. You know, a satellite dish on the top, and off you go. On the lower end, you've got like the Ford Transit van, right? Which is the modern day kidnapper van. On the high end, it's the Mercedes Sprinter. OG Sean White says Ted Daniels state's clerk stated jury on lunch till 1:30. Okay. I don't know if the jury is on lunch. I'm not sure how they would know that.
Maybe they gave them food.
Somebody just keeps emailing me trying to get health insurance for me. Don't know who this is. Might be someone in chat who's just like, hey, I do insurance. I'm trying to help you out. So if you want the common kidnapper or a little more high end.
A little more high end. My kids are like really scared of those kind of vans that they say, Mom, it's a kidnapper van. And I think, no, don't be afraid. And I'm like, well, kind of. just stay away from them.
I think on his last trip that he live streamed while he was driving, Peter Tragos, I think he was in a Sprinter van.
Yeah.
He did a live
I have
stream
no
from
idea.
in a van. I'm pretty sure it was a Sprinter van. And I was jealous the entire time.
Yeah. So, as far as I'm aware, nothing has happened in the case. So, the proper person whose turn it is to take a shower has just obviously not done it yet. So, one of you needs to take a shower so this thing can happen.
Might be me. EDB says they dismiss the jury for lunch and they don't deliberate then. Court TV just said they haven't told us if the jury deliberates through lunch or not, so we keep our timer running. So we know that the court is on break. They're not going anywhere. A verdict can't come in without the court personnel there. So we know it's not going to come in. So we could take a break right now if you want. Sorry. And come back at in about half an hour or so.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I just took a break. Do you need me to do something to make that happen?
No. All I would do is I would do this. I would click this, and I would click the screen, and you would be removed. The fan would be removed, and I would just turn the camera to the trees.
Okay.
And no,
Oh,
I want to eat my pizza. I can smell it cooking in there. Your Trigos is a kidnapper van.
This is the cleanest chat ever. Yeah, I mean, we can take a break. It's up to you, Scott.
Sue just tweeted the clock is still going. Yeah. The clock for me, where I've got 19 hours and 44 minutes right now. Still going. So we can keep it live. We don't have to end it. So I'll just you can talk to him for a minute while I go inside, check the pizza, and I'll be right back out. Does that work?
Okay. That's like the opposite of taking a break.
Well, you took a break and then I get a break.
Oh, okay. That works. Oh, we're doing it now. Okay, awesome.
Or not.
No, it's
You
fine.
could vote. Yeah, I'm gonna go check on the pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Janice says, I'm getting hungry. Now I want pizza. I actually went out to the kitchen, which we have, and it's really wonderful. It's just on the other side of this wall. And I looked and it's empty. And I said, okay, get in the car. Let's go get some food. So that's what we did for lunch. I missed the best comeback today. Man. And hey guys, now we can talk about him. You probably could. He never watches the show again in the future. Next cooking stream is when? I don't know. The cooking streams are honestly more of a Scott thing than a me thing because of the technology involved, that it just takes so much to set everything up. You'd have to ask him when he's willing to next do all of that. Oh, good. Good. Thanks, guys. I do watch sometimes. I can reverse, see what's going on. Rewind, reverse, whatever. I just saw a video on Twitter that someone is driving by the courthouse in an ice cream truck making bank. No. That does not happen. Yep. Woo, what's happening? A child is blowing on my cheek. What? No, I know. But he has to listen to How to Win Friends and Influence People. As soon as he's done with that, then you guys can. Nope, he just has to do it first. Okay, thank you. I got a kid who, I have 3 kids who are supposed to listen to the first half of that book today and of How to Win Friends and Influence People. And 2 of them did and 1 did not. So we're waiting for that last one to catch up a little bit. Can we hear about your proposal story? Sure. We had been dating for 4 months. Barely. But I had just dated a lot before and I knew what I wanted and I met Scott and I was like, okay, this is the last we that I'm going to be a part of. This is it. And he took a much longer time to get to that point. I think a big part of it was that he wanted to have the ring all bought and paid for and he just wasn't in a place to be able to do that yet. But anyway, so we've been talking about it for a while and nothing's happening and nothing's happening and nothing's happening. And so finally, I take him to this beautiful place and we walk around and I hand him a ring box and inside the ring box is a tie tack and a little note that says, will you please ask me to marry you? And he was like, okay. And he got down on one knee and asked me to marry him. And I think he said afterward, he's like, I was going to, whether you asked me to or not. I don't know. We'll never know. But he did ask, and we got married in a couple weeks after that. I mean, 5 or 6 weeks, something like that. So, yep, that's how that went down. Question. Karen has MS, I think. If she's convicted for any amount of time, will she have the appropriate care in jail? Asking as EU citizen. Technically, yes. Now, she's only going to go to jail, probably, if she's... Okay, so if she's convicted on the lowest OUI count, and it's her first conviction at all, she will probably go to jail and not prison, where it is better. Prison is not as good. But either way, legally, it's supposed to be available. Ivan, are you out there? Chime in, my friend. How effective are jails and prisons at actually taking care of the medical needs of the inmates? I don't know. Yeah, it's funny. I haven't told that story in forever. I don't know actually if I've ever told that story. It's just, that's what happened, and then we moved on. That's... Not very, but she's high profile, so she'll probably be fine. I really, especially if she only is convicted of the OUI, I don't anticipate this being a problem for her. She's just not going to be there very long at all. Show us your ring. It has the band on it, the promise ring part is broken, and so when I put it on my finger, it cuts my finger. So I just need to get it repaired. It's pretty though. She'll get medical attention. She'd actually get better care in prison than jail. Oh, really? Jail is usually kind of transitory in nature, and they ignore people's needs more in jail than in prison. That I did not know. That is unfortunate. Scott wouldn't tell it? Oh, I know why. He doesn't tell stories that that I'm in unless I specifically give him permission because I'm so private. So I appreciate him doing that. Did you have a big wedding? I don't know. Probably not compared to a lot of people. We had probably several hundred people come, but it wasn't. We had several hundred people come through the reception, not to the actual ceremony. So, yeah, I mean, it was good. It was fine. It's not really my jam. I did it. I'm glad. It was awesome. I was glad it was over. Prisons take much better care. You guys, I did not realize that. But Ivan, is it true that in general prisons are worse? Or am I wrong on that as well? I don't know. You could just redact your name. We'd never know who you're talking about, Scott. Oh, I had 8 people at my wedding. So compared to that, yes, it was huge. R.A. did wear a kilt. Yep, we were both in dresses. What's your story of him eating the cookie when you first met? So that's when we first were introduced to each other. So that's separate from the day that we got engaged. not by too much, but a little bit. We were at an activity, and he was in charge of the activity, I think, and I had just received very strong admonition to stop being so shy and get out and meet people. And I prefer to be shy and not meet people. But so I was like, okay, I'm going to meet one person. And I just decided, I was like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I want to meet like the most handsome guy here. And so I'm scoping out and I'm looking at the whole room, and I pick out this guy and I'm like, okay, that is the best looking dude here. I'm going to go and I'm just going to introduce myself and it'll be good. And then right when I just nerve myself up to go, all these girls come and surround him. And I was like, I can't do it if I have to fight off other girls. And so I sort of looked around and I saw Scott. I was like, hey, I can go talk to this guy. So I went over and I introduced myself to Scott, and and he later that day he called me, and I think he actually got my phone number at that point and called me later that day and asked me out for the following Saturday. And it was really fast, right? From the moment that we went on a date, we went on more and more and more dates, and it was just, we became a single, like a devoted pair really quickly. So it was good. Definitely the better catch, 100%. Although I gotta say, the guy that I had originally chosen, he's also a really great guy, and he and his wife are very happy, and they have several kids, and they're good. Plot twist. Is he often eating cookies? No, he's not. I pretty much converted him to sweets at this point, but for the first 15 years of our marriage, or somewhere around that, he wouldn't eat any of my baked goods, really. He just didn't like it, and he was like, I don't really need that kind of stuff in my diet, which was good choice health-wise, but it did make me feel a little sad inside, and now I've converted him. The okay dude, the other girls weren't around, savage. Definitely the better catch, though. He's the better catch. Yeah, but the thing is, it's interesting because earlier in that day, I had noticed him individually, and I was like, hey, that's a cute guy. I think I'd like to meet that guy. So, yeah, I was just super shy. I didn't really want to meet anybody, but I did it. What is something he does that drives you to insanity? I don't know. I try really hard not to talk bad about him, in spite of what you just heard. He was 3 hours late to the date. Yeah, he was up hunting, I think, or hiking or something, and his buddy dropped his radio. So they were on opposite ends of the mountain, and his buddy dropped his radio. It was Scott's radio, but it was the one that his buddy was wearing. And he came to Scott, was like, I'm so sorry, I don't know where it got lost. And Scott kind of looked at the trail and was like, okay, I can see where it was probably lost. He goes down, it's this big pile of leaves, sweeps the leaves apart and puts his hand in and pulls out a gun. And he was like, that's not it. So he put his hand in again, found the radio, and then he had to come down from the mountain, go to the police station, turn in the gun, have all the different forms and paperwork that you do with that. And so he was 3 hours late showing up. So I had warning. I met my guy at an AA meeting. That's awesome. Hey, everyone, where's Scott? He's coming back. He's just grabbing some lunch really quickly. When I first met my husband, I thought, they are finally hiring some cute guys. That's awesome. Yeah, and I don't want to give the wrong impression. Scott has always been super, super attractive. It's just a funny story. Mrs. R.A., my husband told me that we're going to get married before introducing himself at Disney 30 years ago. And he was right. That's awesome. Oh, I met mine at a funeral? Well, I guess that works. Let's see. Met mine in high school. I turned my hubs into a snacker. I eat like a bird, and he never snacked. That needed to be fixed. Together since high school, 23 years this July. Good job on our Michael Jordan anniversary. That's awesome. When we went on our honeymoon, I think actually Scott paid for the honeymoon. He arranged everything, and he purchased everything. And so I just assumed he was going to provide food. He just didn't. He just wasn't an eater back then, so he would go.
Wait.
2 or 3 meals.
Don't tell this story.
I already told a couple awesome ones. Sorry. You left.
I was making a pizza. Oh man. Okay, I've got a pizza in the oven. It's gonna be a couple minutes and it'll be done.
Nice.
Okay, in my defense, I have no defense, but I was young. Okay. I'm just impressed that we sort of had a reservation. Did you tell him that I, like my card was declined as well, and you had to pay for that?
No, I was keeping that part under wraps.
Okay, don't tell him that part.
No way you met your husband in an AOL chat room. That's amazing.
You've got mail.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I can't remember what story I was telling. Oh, that you didn't feed me. So we were probably a day and a half into the honeymoon, and I was like, so are we going to eat this week? And he was like, I mean, if you really want to. I was like, I mean, I kind of do. So, yeah.
And then, of course, did he tell him where we went?
Jackson Hole?
Yeah.
Where?
There's no places to eat there. There's like all these theme stores, but if you just want to get food, like we don't do that. You have to buy like an elk antler and 2 knives and a ranger hat, and then we'll.
I don't remember that. I remember
sandwich
just being like so relieved that I got any sort of sustenance. I was like, I'll eat it. It's fine. Thank you.
My plan was that we were going to fish and live off the land.
Oh, who caught the fish? Just need a reminder.
Don't need to
on
tell that
one.
story either.
Nice screeners. Oh, Mrs. Gerns. And then you got married after that, I assume? We need a story where we met on the Recovery Addict channel chatting about murder trials. Married for this many years. Kayla Newell says, Mrs. R.A., what you're saying is, I need to give my boyfriend a tie thing at our 9-year anniversary and say, you have a year. Well, I gave him like no warning at all. I was like,
It
do
was
it.
like now or never.
Yeah.
It came with a look. It came with a look. It was not just like, ha, ha, ha. It was like, this is the ultimatum.
You've had enough time. I mean, we talked about it. I was like, I know this is the plan. Let's go. I don't like waiting. Once we know we're going to do something, let's do it.
I want to buy a motorcycle.
Nope, that's not the plan.
I think I'm chopping off your head, but I'm too low. Let me move up. There we go. Got it. Fixed it.
It might be because... Oh, yeah,
No, I
that's
fixed
fine.
it. Yeah, I was
Okay.
too low.
Good job. Rob met Mischief Manager through LawTube. Is his wife called Mischief Manager? Because that is the cutest moniker ever. I
Yes.
love that.
And Brandy? Didn't Brandy connect? I don't know how she met.
Was it through True Crime? That is so funny. She was his mod? Oh my gosh, that is so cute.
It's 1 o'clock straight up right now, or just about to be. I show exactly 20 hours of deliberation so far.
His kid is Mini Mischief. Oh my gosh, that's really cute.
Rob is amazing. It's really good.
I saw that. A guy proposed to his girlfriend on Peter Tragos the other day. I don't know if it was legit, but it might have been. I don't know.
Bet it was.
It might have been.
It's like, my girlfriend won't stop watching this, so I have to come here to to get her attention.
This is where she's listening. If Scott became a lawyer, which he probably is in his second life, do you think the results would have been the same between you guys? I think so. It would have been a harder start, but once
Because of
we
your
met each other,
innate distrust of lawyers, right?
yeah. I think I mostly I just don't like making very much money. I'm like, what? This guy's earning potential is way too high. No, I think it would have been harder for me to embrace the idea of dating a lawyer, but it was really, once we got to know each other, it was him and not what he was going to do for a living.
Yeah, I
Oh,
had no idea what I was going to do back then.
yeah.
I was working at a metal shop, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we were too young to know what careers we might pursue. Which, honestly, we're still wondering. It's still up in the air.
We're still trying to, feeling our way around.
No way. You met your husband on Second Life?
Okay, my friend was a programmer for Second Life.
Wow.
So my friend basically was matchmaker for you guys.
Hmm.
Now he makes Fortnite, but
So, that's where people go to maybe not get married. I don't know. Shoot each other.
no, Second Life is a it's a world where you can create all sorts of stuff and have interactions. They have anything you have in real life, they have versions of in Second Life. Everything from convenience stores to casinos. It's just crazy. It was a game. I mean, the idea was it was a game. So you have an avatar. It was a little ahead of its time, honestly. Can you imagine Second Life with like 3D goggles on, like the Apple Pro whatever things?
You think it's still ahead of its time? Because I don't know very many people who have those. I don't think I know anybody who has those. My brother-in-law works at Fortnite. Sweet.
Awesome. Is he out here in North Carolina too? In the Triangle? Might be the same one.
Holy cow.
His name is Tim.
I met my husband
Yeah,
who lived
Twitch.
halfway around the world on Twitch. 10 years, 2 kids.
That's cool.
Wow.
And I now have to move to the other side of the table because the sun's coming over here. You all have to start real life movies. You all have the restart life movies. Yes. My son lives on Fortnite.
I met my current husband working at Circle K. It was a conspiracy. The manager and the coworkers kept making sure that we were working the same shift whenever possible. That's funny.
We both clicked on the same one at the same time.
Really? Oh, you're working that one. Okay.
Greeners, you got a double show. I mean, honestly, you find your significant other interested in true crime. It's like a safety mechanism, right? Because they know that you know what to do if things aren't turning out right. It's like I can solve this if this becomes a problem. I'd probably get away with it. So,
Oh my gosh.
it sounds a little dark, but most of you are nodding. Okay, raise your hand if you are nodding, just in chat. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on Twitter.
Met my husband at the house of someone I was crashing at after a music festival 23 years ago. 11 people at our wedding, including the officiant, who is the mayor of Saugatuck. I hope I said that right. Can we get a verdict,
Daughter's
please?
I'd love it for a
I'd like to
verdict.
order one up.
I don't think we're going to see anything before 1:30. That's when the court clerk staff comes back. So we've got at least that time. Sue O'Connell does say that the clock is running. That makes us think the jury may be working through lunch. If they're working through lunch, this might be a good sign, meaning that they're close. They're like, hey, let's just keep going. So I think we might have a post-lunch verdict. I don't have a copy of the amended jury instructions. We looked at the amended verdict form. That's it. Oh, the sun came out. Let's see. "25 minutes. So while we have a break where we know nothing's going to happen, Mrs. Ari, if we can go over the training one more time. If there's going to be a verdict, there are a lot of people that are watching for a notification of us going live again. So what I'll do is we'll end this one. I've got the other
Okay.
one built.
I need you to break it up. When you say we, do you mean you're going to or I'm going to?
I would end it. I've got the next one built. I would just change it from unlisted to public, and I would update the time to be whatever it is. So you, on your side, you would just jump back and open up StreamYard again, and then you would go to the "We have a verdict."
Do I have to close StreamYard, or will it just say
No.
open?
You could. Oh, that was a big B. You could just go backwards, like hit the back button on the browser. Don't do it now because it'll. I mean, you could, but you'd have to just come back in. Anyway, you would do that, and then you have the verdict music button. I could play it, but I can't talk over it if I play it.
Tell me which one it is. What's it called?
It's called Right Here. It's going to be on bank 2. I think it's position 6.
It's called what?
It's like number 2 right here.
Don't hate me.
Don't.
Wait, okay, sorry. I'm just verifying. That's the one.
You have one instruction. Yes, that's the one.
Okay. All right. So you're saying you're going to close it?
I would close
yeah.
it. I would open a new one.
Cheryl.
We would do an intro, welcome everybody back in, and say, I'd leave a pause, and you would, hit that button. And then you keep the volume at full volume until the beat drops. You know where the beat drops? It sort of amps up to boom, and then you drop it down, and then I'm going to do my little spiel.
That one might be a little harder. Okay, you're going to kill the live stream and get the next one ready to go. I click on it to make it start, and then just sort of sit tight until we are ready to hit the verdict music, which I just verified that I know how to do. Yes?
Yep. That's it.
I mean, what could go wrong? You guys can trust me. I'll call my son. It'll be fine. We're missing things here. Let me see if I can grab them.
Let's
Hold,
see.
please.
Christine says, we married in 95, parted around 2012. We're thankfully still friends, and it's better this way. I still call him hubby, and I try to sing his praises anytime I can. It's cool. I graduated in 95 from high school. And then 16 years later, I graduated from college. I'm almost like the Aperture guy, working on The Bachelor for 17 years.
I'm so confused by this. How is this organized, if not by time?
What are you talking about?
I saw somebody leave a super chat, and I'm trying to find them, but I can't find it. Yeah.
Says, I just love seeing you two together like this. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Appreciate that.
We're sort of together.
Marilyn Skull, member for 28 months. Oh, gee.
Nice.
My husband through his son who worked for me. That's how you met.
Oh, interesting.
And my husband through his son who worked for me. So a family reunion at the workers' Christmas party. That is awesome. The bird's back. I need to check on my pizza. They said they were going to watch it, but I'm not sure if they are. It might be burnt to a crisp right now. Hang on.
Okay. Scott's gone again. Any more stories you guys want? Yikes, my kids are older than you guys. I was born in the summer of 69. Is that for real or is that a song? I don't know. No verdict yet. Yeah, sorry guys, didn't mean to psych you out. I just have to make sure that I know how to do it. 16 years later, but Ari was actively working toward a degree, which means he's not Burgess. Ari is 10 days older than me. That's awesome. My parents got married in 69. I am just straight up impressed you know when your parents got married. I have no idea when mine got married. Do I have any favorite colors? Not really. I like pretty much. I don't know. It depends on what it's for.
Hey,
Clothes
don't
or
judge my pizzas, but this is how they look. This table's clean, so I can just eat off of it. It's not a problem.
I mean, the bugs are. I got my first real 6-string. Yeah. Love this community. Me too. Josh says, I'm the youngest one here. I will graduate when I'm 50 next year. Been working on my bachelor's since I was 17. Booyah. Laura Lane. That is amazing. Thanks, RA. Now I'm hungry. I was born in 1998. Ooh, you may be the youngest one here.
Just brought a beetle over on my bottle. Okay.
Laura Lane, you're at the expert witness level. I was born in the fall of 61. Got married in 82. Still married for maybe better, maybe worse. I don't know. Thank you both for live streaming during camping. Mrs. Ari is doing a phenomenal job. Thank you. I could not do this. I tried to do this one time last year when Scott was camping, or maybe it was 2 years ago. I don't know. It was a train wreck. It was terrible. So this is still Scott is running the show.
We've improved the equipment a little bit. We do have some merch. We have a couple places you can get it. There on the YouTube channel, there's a shopping tab where you can buy some. We also have at Sticker Mule a couple items you can buy over there as far as like stickers and a couple shirts over there as well. There's some mugs you can buy, coffee mugs. Full disclosure, I think I lose about 35 cents on each mug.
I know, we
Like,
have
it
got to
costs
fix
me-
that.
And I need to get one fixed for Deanie because I can't get that. One got shipped and it was broken. That's the first one we've had that arrived broken.
Can we
I
just give her money back?
We're trying. She doesn't have PayPal or Venmo or anything that way. So
Makes it harder. My daughter was born on my birthday. We've got, I was telling Scott the other day, I was like, I'm so surprised. One of our kids' birthdays showed up, just appeared out of nowhere. I didn't see it coming. And I was like, why don't I have any birthday presents? Because typically our oldest is the kickoff birthday for the summer. He's the very first one. It's kind of spring. And then when his birthday comes, I just buy all the summer kids' presents right then. And then as the summer goes on, I just bring it out and give it to him. Then I didn't do that this year because he's not living with us. And so the next kid, who's more of a summer baby, I was like, oh, you need a present. I don't know what to do with that. Oh, where's my mouse?
Nicole says, just got to Coburger and I'm first in line. Woohoo. You're getting in for sure.
First. Anybody beat me? Born 1955. So we've got someone born in 2000. I think they're the baby of the group.
You've got two chats up, Jen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it is cool to have so many different ages. And honestly, I think the demographic here is probably really diverse. Well, no, it's mostly women. Not all women, though. And but the ages are really widespread. Where we live is widespread. Our culture is widespread. This is a pretty diverse group. My husband was born on his parents' anniversary. We almost had that happen.
There's a tornado right now in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Oklahoma. Take shelter now.
Oh, I don't love that. Gen X, baby. We're Gen X. Have you guys seen that song? We've still got people looking for the oldest person. We got 1962, 1953. Who is it who sings that song? The Holderness Family. We're Gen X. It cracks me up because it's so accurate. Looking for old 1950 here. Who was that? Where? Oh, okay, sorry, I lost that. Somebody was 1950. What? I didn't have awkward high school years. I have not outgrown them yet. I think 1950. Oh, okay, we got a 1947. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to catch you though. Sorry, where'd that go? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Did we get it? Okay. 1947. Can anybody beat 1947? We got a 49, 68. Somebody was 48. 96. Girl, you're young. 96. I think that makes you the youngest here. Also, I have no idea if you guys are telling the truth. Tell the truth, you guys. Oh, now I got lost.
There was a 43.
43. Okay, somebody's 43. We got another 96.
Laura M's 96. Oh, wait. After her
What?
was a 99.
That's older. So she would be the baby.
You're looking
Yeah,
for the youngest.
sorry, you're breaking my brain. I can't do the math. Okay, so we've got a 2000. 2000 is our baby. Do we have anybody who's born after 2000 or before 1943? $1984. That's kind of funny. Couple 2000s. Represent you guys. 1978. Good company. 73. 94. Welcome to the show. Sorry, it's so hard to catch people. You might
Connor's
be the
at
youngest.
2000.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Connor.
Yeah, I think you're the baby, Vice baby.
He chose his name right.
Yeah. It looks like whoever was 43 is probably the oldest here today. There was a 2001. Andrew is 2001. Ooh, edging out Vice baby with a couple of months. September of 2000. Or Aussie, are you 2001? Dang it, I keep trying to grab it and it's so fast. $2021 watching with me. Yeah, we got a bunch of babies. Like, okay, if it's a competition, I'm holding the baby. Let's see. 2023 watching with me today. Woohoo! I'm 43 in December.
Kids?
What's that? Who has the most kids? Okay, so I guess we're closing the poll.
We could do the most and the fewest kids, but I think the fewest is going to be
fewest is gonna be-
zero.
I mean, if it's negative, that is time. You need to make a phone call. So, yeah, I think 1943 is our oldest, and 2001 is our baby. So, how many kids? Who has the most kids?
Does anyone have more children than Mrs. R.A. and I? We're at 6.
Oh, I'm sure. Six kids, including my stepkids. Is nothing like it. 5 kids here, but only birthed 1. Doesn't matter.
Ellen
3,
has 16
0.
siblings.
2006. I think that actually was for the last question. But actually, 2006 would be the youngest. How old are you? Born in 2006. Sorry, I can't.
KQD is winning with 10.
10. I'm an only child. 2 girls. Hey, buddy. Is he almost done? Okay, you're almost there. 6 kids. Oh, it's moving. 6 babies, 2 babies aged 6 and 15. I have 2 kiddos over here. Do we count fur babies? No, that would break my brain. 7 births, 4 stepkids. I'm an only child. I have 5 kids. I can't have human children. Okay. Okay. Awesome. So, okay, then let's lean into the pets. Who has the most pets?
Veritas, the pizza. My eyes were bigger than my stomach. I want to be done eating the pizza, but I don't want to walk back in there, walk of shame, and throw it away. I'm just gonna like gut it out. I mean, literally.
Oh, that's gross. 2 cats, 4 dogs. Whoa, land sakes alive. 13 birds and 1 box turtle. 12 foster kittens. Whoa, 51 chickens, 2 guineas, 2 ducks, 4 peacocks, 2 turkeys, 4 dogs, 4 cats, 1 tortoise, 1 fish, and a partridge in a pear tree. Holy cow.
That is one crowded apartment.
3 cats, 1 dog, 7 chickens, and a turtle.
Okay, I saw a turtle last night, a big, huge, I don't know what kind it was. It wasn't a painted Eastern, but it was probably 14 inches in diameter across the shell. And it was laying eggs in the middle of the dirt road down here.
Oh, no. That's a terrible plan.
Terrible spot.
It's
not a snapping turtle. Nope.
That's a full-on petting zoo. Do rats in the basement count? I guess.
Only if you've named them.
As far as government services is concerned, I have 13 kids. And we won't look into that. 30 chickens and 2 extra large American bulldogs. Oh, they're big. Can I count the herd of cows? Oh, that one ran away. Where'd it go?
I think you can count them as long as you can tell them apart and know their names. So,
who's that? Somebody said greeners. I knew that was your comment without even looking. Sorry, these are going so fast. I can't grab them. What about rats in the freezer? What the heck?
you must have a snake.
11 chickens bought and raised. Also 1 rabbit, 1 dog, and 5 cats. All rescues. 10 kids, 21 grandbabies, 2 grandpups, and 4 grandkittens. Wow.
Wow.
For a snake. That's better.
This pizza is good, but the edges are just like thick dough. I only have myself to blame because I made it, but.
Oh, that's not pita. Samantha asked if you want chat to be slowed down. I'm the one who's asking lots of questions, but I mean getting people to answer lots of questions. Have you had fun the last 2 days doing this? Jamie C., it is some of the most fun I've had. Oh, crikey. It's also incredibly exhausting. When I got off yesterday, Scott and I talked on the phone for maybe 20 seconds. I was like, dude, that was really, really wearing. I'm really tired. And he was like, okay, bye. That was it. And I just was a zombie for the rest of the day because I think because I'm an introvert and it took a lot to... It takes a lot for an introvert to be able to meet people where they are and hopefully meet them where they are. And quite often I bobble that you guys are at a different place emotionally than I think you are based on your chats. And so then I feel bad about that I've hurt somebody's feelings or I've given misinformation. So I'm dealing with guilt and fear that I'm going to mess people up. And then it was wearing, but it was also a lot of fun because I got to talk to adults all day long. So all of them, it was everything. I prefer thin crust pizza. I don't. I mean, that's cool that you do, but when I bite into it, I feel like, oh, I broke it. Josh, you're such a goofball. Yeah, Josh, you're super, super quiet in chat. Now we know everything. Yeah. Now you know all the behind the scenes stuff. You overthink the way I do. It is exhausting. It's really wearing because, Scott doesn't overthink like that. So often he looks at me like, stop. Like, there's no stop button. It's just part of processing.
I think I screw up all the time. Thank you for outing me there. One thing that helps me a ton is I have the ability to mentally compartmentalize even heavy cases, and at the end of the day, we can be done, and I can step away and and see my family and not be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is going on in the case. I can divide it. As a matter of fact, it's so effective that they'll often say, "What happened today at work?" I'm like, I don't know. I can't remember. Hang on. It'll come to me.
Yeah, and I don't know. It wasn't the case because we weren't really covering the case yesterday, but it was just so many big feelings in chat, and I was like, oh my gosh, stepped on people's toes. And some people are, chase you around and thrust their foot under your foot. So it's like, okay, I wasn't trying to step on your toes, but it also, I feel bad regardless. So that's what's hard for me. Sorry, you got her too.
You need a media pass for trial here. There are no cameras allowed. The trial will only be available through the live stream, so the live view won't be necessary. Hey, we'll figure out what the date is and get on the list and get you approved.
Yep. Sorry, I can stop talking. We got 22 siblings here, but the breakdown is nuts. Yeah, they'd have to be. I hope that's not just one mom. That would, how? I'm an extrovert and an A personality, and I don't mind speaking in public off the cuff. I should have been a lawyer. You can pursue.
What's stopping you? Other than the bar exam. I mean,
I don't know what that's. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
this pizza was made on a pan in a 6-foot commercial oven because we're camping.
How are the girls doing? Are they having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's our girl doing?
She's left the hammock.
Progress. Good. Good. Actually, I think it's a good thing to have a place to retreat to if she needs to. That's cool. My mom birthed 9 children. I tell you, the older generation is amazing. I cannot do it.
Worst pizza topping. I tweeted this out last week.
Did you?
Spicy maple fruit and pickles.
Sorry.
I love the pickles.
Sorry, this person, Corn-Fed Productions. Sorry to interrupt and bring us back to the point of the channel. Corn-Fed Productions, we're busy. We're talking about other stuff.
Let me tell you where we are. In 1 minute, we expect the court staff. There's been a verdict that's come in over the lunch break. We'll find out here in just a moment. But right now, we're just
Wait. You broke up. You're expecting the court staff to what?
The court staff comes back in 1 minute at 1:30. They're done with lunch. So if a verdict was completed during the lunch hour, we'll find out about it shortly. Like right now, it's 1:30 right now. So we might hear some news right now we know they work through lunch.
Yep. We're feeling pretty consistent here. No seafood. What was that bad? Pineapple. Where was that? Dang it. This is going so fast. Here's what we know, people. The fan is not broken. Man, Man, those birds are loud.
Court TV was interviewing somebody over the break, and this guy outside the courthouse, and his quote was, "The police better get ready for the streets to turn up." I hope that's not the case. And the reason why I have this hope is the supporters of Karen Reed have followed the letter of the law as far as the order goes. They're literally standing silent outside the courthouse. They're not the kind to just like tear things up when things go wrong. They're following the rules. They're being silent. I don't think it's this. Oh, bee just dive bombed me. So I don't think we're going to have any sort of like violence in the streets. There might be protests, one way or another, but they're not the same class of people that would be looting and smashing.
Is that the side that he was on? I can't imagine the other side.
He was wearing like a suit coat. Okay, so I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are you going to, sir? Because that will put a stain in that suit.
I know there are going to be some people who will be stirring up some noise and making some noise, and that's okay. I'm fine. Freedom of speech. Yell your piece. That's all right.
I guess it's possible that they would break their silence. I may cry. Who said that? Yeah, that may happen. How difficult can it be? Sorry. How difficult can it be to decide this? Don't they know we're waiting and all showered? Come on. But not violent. Yeah. We need to not be violent. Okay.
All right.
Well,
Princess Bride?
yeah, that would be fine too.
Yes. The animation's bad. That's okay.
Josh says, does anyone have any good ideas for a vacation? I need to use my travel credits. Could someone send them a note? Let them know we're waiting. I feel like it would make a difference.
I just saw a tweet from Peter Tragos a couple hours ago saying he addressed the Florida Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers speaking about cameras in the courtroom.
Oh.
And how chat has changed the judicial process. I can't wait. I want to hear all about that.
Me too. I do think it's fascinating how much it is changing. There's the obvious change where, maybe you get listed in they talk about you directly with like Dr. G, how in the BK trial, they're like, we're making this decision because of something that Dr. G did, or that a lot of people are doing, and we're going to use Dr. G as an example, right? That's sort of a direct impact that this has had, but I think there's a bigger, more meaningful impact that this is really educating vast quantities of people on how the court system works and helping us to, once you understand the mechanics of it, it frees you up a little bit to be able to do a better job of dealing with the individual cases, where I think it's quite difficult if you're a juror and you're going in and you don't know what's a case in chief, what's a rebuttal, when is this going to end, I don't even understand what my responsibility is, and you're telling me to ignore some stuff, and it doesn't make sense why I can't hear this one person, and what do you mean I don't have to, if this person decides to not testify on their own behalf, I'm supposed to not read into that. All of that is stuff that can be addressed and understood better by what's going on in the law tube sphere. which then just makes you be a better juror, I think. What's your take on that?
I'm reading Twitter.
Okay. Okay. What's everybody else's take on that?
I think being informed makes you a better juror. Not just about I would say not about the case specifically, because the judge decides what you get to hear that way. The judge decides what evidence is admissible. But being informed about the process, being informed about the judicial system in general, and about the law, I think it's great to understand the law before you first hear about it in a courtroom.
Yeah.
You,
I think
you should know. You should know the laws for the area you live. And I realize there's a lot of laws, but you should understand that.
I believe
You don't want
Peter
to.
has.
You don't want to find out in a courtroom. Sorry, Mrs. RA. You don't want to find out, in handcuffs that you broke a law you didn't know existed. Right?
Yeah.
That's not the time to find out what the laws are.
Peter, at some point in the past, has made some comments about how, knowing that LawTube exists, lawyers of big cases like this have people on their teams watching, because in essence, you have access to true juries out there, that people who are just like the juries, and you can watch and say, what are they saying doesn't make sense, or you need more information on, or it came across really badly, or that was excellent, hard hitting, which way are they leaning? Does it feel like I've got most people on my side based on the information that I'm presenting in this court case? So it really empowers the lawyers. What?
You're cutting in and out for me. Sorry. My signal just had a little hiccup.
Okay. Yeah, we are. We're basically a mock jury. And if the lawyers or the lawyers team will take the time to watch these different channels, it's going to help them determine whether or not they're reaching their juries. Now, that actually, I think, will lose its effectiveness over time, because we become less like a jury the more trials we watch. We become more like lawyers or judges and less like the average person. So it's kind of tough.
Understand the law better, and we're like, yeah, that makes sense from a legal standpoint,
Right.
Instead of just being a gut reaction or response.
Right. And you really, there's something, I don't know if I've said this out loud, probably not, because it might be considered rude. I don't mean it rude, though, that you can have a problem with lawyers' lenses, that you start looking at things and you specifically, they get upset about things. They're like, oh my gosh, that is such a big deal that they would never have gotten by in my alma mater, or all the judges in my experience would never have allowed that in. And I look at it and I think, who cares? Right? Like, even if you throw a huge temper tantrum and make a big deal about that, I still don't care, because that's just something that you've decided as a lawyer is important. But in the reality of the world that we actually live in, it doesn't matter. And I think those lawyers' lenses can really throw off lawyers a lot of times, that they're like, how could you possibly not agree with me on this one? Don't you know that they broke this sacred rule? And it's like, no, we don't, and we don't care. Even if you tell us, we don't care, because it doesn't matter. It's only mattering to you. And so I do think those lawyers' lenses create difficulty. They create a gap between the lawyer and the jury that I don't think needs to be there, but also I can see why it is. Yeah, Ivan, that's true. Whoop, dang it, where'd that one go? Okay. I've noticed that we focus more on small details more than actual juries, and I think that has to do with the speed with which we have court cases come at us, that we're able to say, whoa, stop, let's talk about that, let's discuss this, let's watch it on replay, and we're able to really get down deep into it, whereas for the jury, it's almost like they're watching it on 2x speed. It's just coming at them really fast. Maybe they get a decent review at the closing arguments, but the details do get lost for them. That's true.
Okay, so I don't know how true this is, because this is in the world of the drama, all the drama that happens around outside court.
Yeah.
There's one of the individuals who is quite vocal on Twitter apparently bumped another car in the parking lot.
With
and
the-
cracked the tail lights. There's video. There's his first name may be John. John just hit a car in the Registry of Deeds parking lot, says the tweet. This is developing news. Stay tuned. I'm standing with the woman whose vehicle was struck. The video was taken by the other woman who saw John. She says, John DePietro strike another woman's truck. This is from
On purpose?
Half Hammer.
I mean, accidents happen.
Like it's like pulling into a parking space type thing.
No, I do that all the time.
The reason this is key is because, oh my goodness.
No, you got to tell us why.
There's a picture of a note that says, I backed into your taillight. Please contact, and it's his website
Insurance?
address. He is pro prosecution and has said that there's no way you could crack a taillight just by bumping into another car. And he has literally at the trial possibly done his own scientific test and it came out the wrong way for him.
Oh my gosh. And for her. Oh.
There's a huge irony factor here, and I'm not trying to get involved in the drama because it's back and forth, and I want no part in that. But it suddenly became sort of pertinent. That's a big B. Oh, flies do it. Okay. Camping is not fun anymore.
6 more hours, Scott.
I know. It's crazy. Just saying, you might want to jump on Twitter and view the whole story. Half Hammer, who is, let's see, Half Hammer Rises, like HALF, Hammer Rises is the Twitter handle, posted 4 videos. Well, 2 videos and two pictures that seem to authenticate the story. Oh, big B.
Just pretend you're Bigfoot, all right? I hear that keeps the bugs away. Ouch. People are asking for the name or the handle.
Half Hammer Rises is the one who is posting it. Notorious Jules has responded to it. It appears to be authentic from the videos. It's not AI.
Notorious Jules?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jules.
that's awesome. How's she
Notorious
doing?
Jules.
That's awesome. People are saying you look red. I can't tell. Do you feel like you're getting burnt?
No. At least my face might be, but my arms aren't.
But that would still be burnt. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick through that story with the taillights. I just
Yes.
don't know which parts are true and which are embellished. So we'll have to wait until the
Samantha,
full story.
This is accurate. Please do not mention that you're from here if you choose to comment on the post. That would
That's
drag
not
us
what we
in.
do.
How would someone be videoed at that exact time? Cameras are pretty much everywhere.
But apparently the woman who owns the car saw him walking away after the accident and filmed him.
Oh,
He had left a note. He had left a note.
so
It's not
there's
like it
no
was
video of
previously.
him hitting.
No.
Oh. Is it inverted?
Let's see.
Mama of three. Oh, I'm trying to chase on your thing. There it is. I have a question. How can she get convicted with of the
OWI.
OUI if she wasn't tested at the time of the event? Because when she was tested, it was much later than the event. So this question has come up a lot. How can they convict her for something when the evidence they have is possibly highly inaccurate?
They can convict because they have a scientific method to extrapolate your blood alcohol content by working backwards from when they do test it. So they have a known point in time with a known blood alcohol content level. They know how fast your body metabolizes alcohol, and then you have to just do the reverse math. But for this formula to work, you have to know when you had the last drink. And that's the big question mark, is when she had the last drink.
Yeah,
there's also the issue that in not North Carolina, but in Massachusetts, there are two ways to come to the conclusion that she was driving under the influence. One is that she was drunk, and one is that her blood alcohol content was over 0.08. So one is more like behaviorally based, and one is statistically based, like a stat.
Ivan said that she admitted it, which but that I don't think you can be convicted on that. Something like that, you actually have to have the test. Willow Johnson says, rather than have a deadlocked jury again, can the judge decide to use the Allen charge on the jury? Yeah.
Yes, I think she can do it 2 times. And it's not a verbatim thing that she has to read. Some states literally it's syllable for syllable. This is what you read, quote unquote. But it's not the case in Massachusetts.
Right. Yeah, it is interesting that they said 12:45, because what happened at 12:45? She was back home and in bed, so that's a weird time to pick out of all the times. I don't know if she was in bed, but she was back home at that point. They're trying to wear us down. They're being successful.
See. Trying to read a couple different Solomon Radner, who is the brother of Brother Counsel on YouTube, says that it's impossible to know what the jury is doing. My best guess is at least one juror is adamant for guilty of drunk driving, and at least one juror is adamant for not guilty of drunk driving. That's probably the best guess. Somebody is fixed on each side. Nobody wants to.
You're right. At least one somebody. And there may be, if you're doing minimums, it would be one person is fixed on one side, one's fixed on the other, and 10 are in the middle. But it could be any configuration.
So here's something I'll steal from a tweet over here. Ask a question in chat. If you were on this jury and you just got released, you just reached a verdict, or you just got hung, whatever, you just got released, what is the first Google search you would put in to see what happened? What would you search for?
Oh,
share your
I was
Google
like,
search.
Closest Jamba Juice. Oh no, that had something to do with this. Okay.
Can I protest jury pay?
How long can I not be on a jury again?
What was the other agency? Who is Michael Proctor? Is blue paint science real? Hoss long to die in TKLKD.
Is Proctor even real? Where is Chloe? Recovery Addict channel. No, that's not.
Where was Chloe rehomed?
Is Higgins still single? Oh, man.
Hoss long to bachelors. Can I live in the tech stream? Is this real life?
How long to the next trial? Oh.
What important events happened in the last month?
What
what's
really
the
happened to
dog bite
John
look like?
O'Keefe? Oh, man. Where is Aruba?
Ouch. Fan.
Oh, man.
Job applications, Aperture.
Job openings.
Like 500,000. I can do that.
How to
What's
build
the
a
world
pneumatic
record time
cannon.
for eating a ham sandwich? Pirouettes. Crime scene, solo cup.
Finger paint sets. No bachelor required.
How to never be picked for a jury again.
What is the longest time spent on a degree? How long to get a bachelor's degree?
Why are we asking questions? I was just asking, if you were on this jury and you had just been released, whether it was hung or whether you reached a verdict, what was the first thing you would search on Google? Like, what's your first Google search?
We're just letting off steam. It's been a long
Pictures
time.
of dog bites. All the ones about Crash Daddy. How old is Alessi? He's like
How old,
Frodo
if
in Lord of
any?
the Rings. Nobody knows. How much does a Randy cost? I think they're $3,000 for a.
Does the fan have its own Twitter page?
Oh, it's got its own account on social media on most of the platforms.
What did they mean by other agency?
How to get a book deal.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
How to sell story to news.
Who sings It's Raining Men?
Who sings It's Raining Men?
How to get out of
I was
jury
going to search for
duty.
Hockomock Sports. But
How to claim emotional distress. Definition of semantics.
Randy's start at 25,000. Just ordered one from ROTC. That is awesome. You got your own Randy the dummy, not a crash test dummy, a deadweight dummy. How to fill out jury form. Jury form for dummies. Yeah, I'd tell my husband we watch OnlyFans all day long. I imagine that had a follow-up conversation.
Was it snowing? How much snow does it take to track a cat?
Is the ground hard in winter?
Tickets to the Blue Man Group. Advertising works. Am I a normal mom?
How to ask a non-theoretical question. Yeah,
Is
that's the
Ellen
whole
Chucks
questions for dummies.
married?
Okay, I need to fill up my water bottles. I'll be right back. It is.
Okay.
Let me give you an update right now. First of all, no news yet. Nobody coming back to the courthouse that we're aware of. The jury has been deliberating for just shy. It's in 3 minutes. It's going to be 21 hours. We're literally staring 2 hours away from them going home for the day,
Yeah.
which is crazy to think. Actually,
Crazy.
thought for sure we'd have something first thing this morning. I guess, a broken clock's right at least twice a day. We keep saying it's any minute now, any minute now.
Yeah.
It might happen, but let me get some
even
cold
just
water
saying we're
because
hanging.
I'm dying out here, and I'll be right
Good idea.
back.
How do you avoid drunk drivers after court? What is a hematoba? What is signal? What, if anything, is a solo cup blood test? That's so bad. Do normal moms lie to the FBI? Is it just me? Can you answer that question? Butt dial statistics. Yeah, for real. How long can a fan run? Vivian, this is a legit question. Can somebody check and see if there's a pen in the jury room? This is important. How to extract data from an infotainment. I'll allow it. How to destroy a cell phone. Oh, dear. Do dogs bite? Do I have to brush my teeth before I speak to the FBI?
Okay.
What does it mean to disregard that?
Oh, my goodness.
That'd be awesome.
Anything along the lines. What does it mean when the judge says strike that? How to throw your own experts under the bus. How long is evidence safe in a car?
Okay, but was it snowing?
What does acknowledgement mean? Is Proctor really the boogeyman?
How did you be
how is
careful
one
with your
careful with your social media? Does that mean type slowly? I mean, I just don't understand.
That's funny.
Please sell I'll allow it merch. I'll allow it. How easy does blue paint come off skin? What's the difference between bits and bytes?
Are false memories real? Oh, man. How to disregard something I just heard? Ask it differently. How do I ask it differently?
Is it possible to go reverse 24 miles an hour in a snowstorm at 74% torque?
Make it a false memory.
I'm going to search my LinkedIn profile. Just give it a once over and update the whole thing.
What does do the right thing mean?
Moving truck prices from Canton. How to make 400K using blue paint. I'm going to delete all my group chats.
Can frozen grass cut you?
Oh my goodness. How to get my 5 notebooks back as a juror.
Poor
Seriously.
guy.
5 notebooks. 5
Oh,
notebooks, and he's
man.
not a deliberating juror?
Seriously, can I
He
just
wrote
say
the whole novel.
he did? Like, if this is, I don't think that's why he was taking the notes, but if you had this experience and then later you're like, I could use this to sell a novel, the notes would help. Is that why they don't let you take the notebooks? Maybe
Where
that's
is Higgins
why.
from? Yeah, they can't keep their notebooks.
I know, but I wondered if that was why.
I think it's to protect the sanctity of the deliberation. What is a Sally Port?
People are like, what are you doing? This is the most confusing chat ever.
Does glass teleport?
We're asking what the jurors' first Google search is going to be as soon as they get out of the jury. They've had their verdict. They go out and they're going to type a query about something about the.
This is
court
assuming,
case.
of course, that the jury has done nothing on social media. They followed all the judge's instructions for all this time.
To disregard is to create false memories. I got it. I figured it out. Those are the same thing.
To
Why
muffle a
is
siren.
Sally holding the car? What's a salad port?
I'm gonna have to move to the other side of the table. The sun is caught up with me here.
Brandy is what? No, don't run away. Stay here. Okay. Brandy's reporting that the parties are being asked to come back to court. Well, hallelujah. I hope that's true.
This was big. Hang on. Let's check. Give me just a second. Who's reporting that?
She said Brandy.
Okay, she's got somebody there, so I'm not seeing it on Twitter yet. Down here.
What the heck is a turtle boy?
So Casey, thank you very much for the super chat. Brandy's reporting that the parties are being asked to come back to court. Brandy is Brandy Churchwell, good friend of the channel, by the way. Love her. She's absolutely amazing at what she does. She is a true asset to true crime. So,
What
big shout
is
out
a
to Brandy.
Franken-truck? Who was the ghost in the Sally Port? Oh, man.
The court clerk told reporters she's been told to bring back the troops, but we don't know
Really?
why.
Really, really? That's big.
Okay, so because we don't know why, we're not going to stop and do anything. We're gonna keep it live on this one. Well,
I mean, it would be on this one.
we're gonna push 6 hours.
Oh.
That's our problem.
How long? How long to port everybody over to a new one?
Hang on, let me set it up right now.
Real question.
I'm going to
How
disappear
old
for
would
just
Chloe
a
be?
second while I'm doing this. Okay, I'm going to
I love that
disappear
people
for
who
just
have.
a second.
Okay, I love people who have real questions right now. Are like, wait, no, that wasn't a joke. I'm serious. That was a real question. Samantha Terry says there's been no verdict has been confirmed. That is correct, but we are getting to the point in our live stream where we can no longer go back and edit it because it's too long. So we might need to start a new live stream regardless of whether it's a question or anything. We'll all come back, we promise. Were the solo cups clean? Oh man, we shall carry on regardless. You go, Scott, do whatever you're doing. We're still going to do this. They may very well be coming back to say that they're hung. That would not surprise me at all. Yeah, we are Christians. My vote is deadlock, then Allen charge. I think that, yeah, I think that's likely. Look at the bright side. You can get the internet. Are we going to portal? That's a good question. It just depends on what Scott comes up with right now, because I would hate to lose everybody right at the moment that we need to be watching. Manifesting, manifesting. How to delete my ring cam footage. What is an Allen charge? Okay, an Allen is also known as the dynamite charge. And basically what it means is the jury comes back and says, we cannot come up with a verdict. We cannot be unanimous. We've tried and we just can't. And the judge says, that's nice. Go back and try again. That's the Allen charge. It's kind of strict. It's like, try harder. So the Allen charge
they
allows
sometimes
you
call
to,
it a dynamite charge because
Yeah.
it's meant to free up a log jam. Imagine like everyone's stuck together and won't move. Set off a blast of dynamite. Maybe it frees some things up. All right, we're going to portal over. I built the portal. We're all set to go. We're going to just portal. We don't know if this is a verdict yet. We do not know. We just know they're coming back. It's most likely indication that the jury is currently hung. So
okay, excuse me, Mr. RA. Is this what
Yeah.
we trained before? That's what we're doing?
no, we're not doing the verdict music. No.
But I mean, you're shutting it down and I'm opening it.
Yeah, you're gonna hit the back arrow and refresh that page, and then log into the new none of thing that says we have a verdict. It's just gonna be verdict watch. Is Jor there?
Yeah. Don't mess this up, Mrs. RA. Code blue, not code red.
Okay.
He's not available, but
Okay.
I'm sure I
you
can
good?
figure it out. Yep, I'm good. I'm good.
So all you're gonna do is basically close out of StreamYard and come back in once I start the new one. All right, guys. Do you want to play the music, Jen? Like the
Which one is it?
press fuse, the top left. There we go. That's the one. It's quiet, but I can hear it. All right. I don't know what she just did.
Who are those people? What is happening?
Okay. She just broke it. She just broke everything. All right. Tonight, when you go home, please talk to the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in just moments. We're portaling over. Everyone is coming back to court. We're going to restart the live stream so we don't lose any minutes of it. We've got a few minutes before it happens. So we'll see you in just a little bit. All right. Catch you on the other side.